It's one of our greatest fears. Being on a plane when something goes badly wrong. This series reveals what it's like to live through catastrophic events on board an aircraft.
I just had visions of being burnt alive on this plane.
Using footage that captured these terrifying moments. And hearing from those who survived them.
Everyone looked tense in their seats. It felt like this could be their final moments of their lives.
I looked out to see some of the engine flying off.
At that point, I planned to meet my maker.
These are the world's worst flights.
All right, we're gonna land field right here.
Every day, around the world, over 11 million passengers take to the air. 99.99% of them will never be on board a plane that suffers a mechanical failure. But for the few that do, it can be terrifying. Coming up in this program, an engine fire engulfs the side of an aircraft.
You just imagine the plane's going to turn into a massive fireball any second.
A roof is blown open at 34,000 feet.
All I had to do was just look up and I could see blue sky.
And a power failure forces a crash landing in shark-infested waters.
I expected something pretty violent. I half expected to die.
September 2015. Ellie and Paul Wooldridge had travelled from London for a 2-week holiday to celebrate their 50th birthdays.
Done loads of things, went in all the hotels, all the roller coaster rides, done the Grand Canyon.
We was there 10 days. There's just so much to see, do, and want much more than that from your 50th birthday. It's fantastic.
On the 8th of September, Ellie and Paul's dream holiday came to an end. They headed back to Vegas's bustling McCarran Airport for their journey home.
We left about 2 in the afternoon. Just a normal, beautiful, red hot sunny day.
You sort of know you're going to be on a long flight again and you get a bit, just want to get home now.
CCTV from that afternoon showed the airport working normally. It was a sunny, warm, 38-degree day with light cloud cover. Perfect conditions for flying. At 3:30 p.m, Ellie, Paul, and 155 other passengers boarded their plane.
Just got on, as you do, you put your stuff in the overhead locker, just sit down, and that's it, you just sort of settle in waiting for your flight.
Over 21,000 gallons of jet fuel filled the plane's 3 fuel tanks, ready for the journey back to England. Ellie and Paul would be travelling 5,200 miles to London's Heathrow Airport. The flight was due to take just over 10 hours, arriving in the UK at 11 a.m. the following morning. Making final preparations for the flight was veteran British Airways pilot Captain Chris Henke.
It was my penultimate flight. I had one more flight to Barbados and then I was due to retire.
Air traffic control made contact with Chris's plane, which had the call sign Speedbird 2276 Heavy.
Speedbird 2276 Heavy, Las Vegas Tower.
2276 Heavy, good afternoon. We're ready for departure, Alfred.
3:55 p.m. The plane began its 3-kilometer journey from the airport terminal to the start of the runway.
When we started taxiing, I was near the window, so I'm just sort of looking out, just last look before we leave, really.
At 4:11 p.m, Chris's plane was given clearance for takeoff.
Speedbird 2276 Heavy, wind 360 at 5, runway 7 left at Alpha 8, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 07 left, Speedbird 2276 Heavy.
As the plane began to accelerate, one of the passengers decided to film the takeoff.
started airing down the runway, and I thought we was getting really close to takeoff speed. Literally just waiting for the plane to tilt back a little bit. There was a large bang, and the plane sort of pulled to the left.
As soon as you hear that bang and you think, what is that? You know something's wrong straight away, but you don't know what it is.
The passenger's video had caught the plane going over what seemed like a small bump. Up in the cockpit, the sound had also been heard by Captain Chris Henke.
It was almost like a dull thud, really. Initial thought that it could have been a tyre blowing.
And then the plane sort of stopped. And everyone started undoing all the seatbelts, like click, 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 everyone was standing up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. Please remain seated.
And the stewardesses started saying, sit down, it's only a puncher. I looked out the window, I said to my wife, I said, that's no puncher, we're getting off.
Passengers in the cabin could see smoke and flames seconds after the plane stopped on the runway.
All I kept thinking is, this is going to explode. It's on fire. Them wings are full up with fuel. I just had visions of being burnt alive on this plane.
Airport CCTV captured a potential catastrophe. Ellie and Paul's plane was filled with thousands of gallons of jet fuel and ablaze with fire.
And I kept thinking, I'm not going to get off this. I'm not going to get off.
September 2015, 4:13 p.m. CCTV at Las Vegas's McCarran Airport captured the precise moment a peaceful day was shattered. British Airways flight 2276 to London was about to take off when it had suffered a major mechanical failure, bursting into flames. Air traffic control immediately grounded all aircraft.
While you're on ground, hold position.
Other pilots in nearby planes witnessed the incident unfolding.
Oh, stop. Yeah, we can use that on 777.
Ellie and Paul Wooldridge were two of the 157 passengers trapped on board this burning aircraft.
All I knew was that fire was in the engine that was on the wing that was full up with fuel. And that's all I knew, is that that'll explode.
You just imagine the plane's going to turn into a massive fireball any second. And so, yeah, it was scary.
In the cockpit, Captain Chris Henke was unaware how serious the fire was.
The thing was that we couldn't see anything. There was just this grey shadow behind us.
All Chris had to go on was a fire alarm, alerting him to an engine fire, so he tried to extinguish it.
You've got two fire handles. It'll be lit up red for whichever engine is on fire, and you pull that and then you twist it.
Fire extinguishers for aircraft engines are only effective if the fire is contained inside the engine structure. This explosion had destroyed the engine casing, so when Chris deployed the fire extinguishers, they had no effect. And the fire was getting worse.
If you are facing a massive fuel leak because you've got a hole in your fuel tank, in your wing, and you've got the flames there already from a hot engine, that can deteriorate really rapidly, and we can actually end up in an explosive situation.
27 seconds after the fire broke out, Chris radioed air traffic control, who had already alerted the emergency services.
Speedbird, Mayday, Speedbird 2276, request fire services.
Speedbird 2276, heavy fire services are on the way.
It's like you're in a bubble. I mean, everything's going on around you, but it's all sort of slow motion.
Passengers could see the fire spreading. Leaking fuel was now burning on the runway.
We could hear people screaming and shouting. So I asked the other first officer to go down the back just to assess the situation.
One of the pilots, he ran down, he looked out the window, and then he ran back.
I looked at him, I said, "Is it bad?" He said, "Yes." I said, "How bad?" He said, "Very bad."
I start to panic, like, I want to get off, I want to get off. But because like you're still on it and all the doors are shut, and I kept thinking, I'm not going to get off this. I'm not going to get off.
Large airports have emergency services on standby in the event of a major mechanical failure. Pilots who face serious problems when airborne don't have the benefit of this type of help. Lying in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, Hawaii is made up of 137 islands and relies on light aircraft to ferry tourists and locals between them. Although incredibly popular, these small planes have no major backup systems. If they suffer a mechanical failure, it's all down to the pilot to land the plane safely.
You are flying on the basis of, I've only got one engine. This engine might quit at any time for whatever reason, so I need to be able to do a successful forced landing.
On the 11th of December 2013, Marilyn Briley and her husband Bruce were at the desolate Kalaupapa Airport, waiting for one of these planes.
There's not much of an airport there. It's like an open-air warehouse.
A very, very tiny airport. It seated perhaps a dozen people. There was a water cooler, there was a washroom, and that was it.
Just after 3 p.m., Bruce and Marilyn boarded their plane with 6 other passengers, ready to make the short 54-mile flight from Molokai back to Honolulu International Airport. At 3:15 p.m., the plane taxied to the airport's only runway. One of the passengers switched on his camera to record the plane's picturesque takeoff.
The plane was a turboprop, a Cessna. It was 2 seats across, okay, where my wife and I were the ones most forward. So we were sitting just behind the pilot.
After 20 years of flying between Hawaii's islands, pilot Clyde Kawasaki knew the dangers of Kalaupapa's airport.
It's not an airport for a first-timer. You're not talking with air traffic control out there. Basically, it's uncontrolled airspace. Because you're in a bowl. You don't even have cell phone coverage. Got to the end of the runway, then brought the power up, brakes released, off you went down the runway. Normal takeoff.
We're climbing into the air, and my wife and I, out of habit, hold hands until we're at the altitude.
Once the plane reached 500 feet, the passenger recording the takeoff turned off his camera.
I don't know that I've ever heard anything louder than that. It was like an explosion.
It blew up. Basically, it blew up.
Seconds after an explosion in the engine, the passenger turned his camera back on and captured what happened in the cabin.
Silence, dead silence.
The audible for the fire warning, it was going off. I had no engine. We're too low and too far out to make land, so prepare for a water landing. I gotta keep my airspeed, basically head into the wind and hope for the best. There's no way you can train for that.
For a little while, you can't believe it. Okay, this isn't really happening. I expected something pretty violent. I half expected to die. The actual impact was such that I could only compare it with being hit with a baseball bat.
When we hit, I went head first into the panel, and I put my hand up, and blood. First thing I thought was sharks, because that's shark-infested waters.
In the aftermath of the crash, the passenger continued to film the rush to escape the plane.
You know, we just had to hurry up and get out of there. And if it wasn't for Bruce, I probably wouldn't have gotten out of there because he helped me out.
Leaned over my shoulder and yelled for everybody to get the hell out of the airplane. And when I looked back, everybody was already out. Nobody checked on me.
In the rush to escape, Marilyn had left without a life jacket. Now she was struggling to keep her head above water.
When I got out, I went and swam and held on to the wing of the plane. When the captain got out, he saw I didn't have a life vest, so he gave me a life vest. And he didn't have a life vest either.
First thing you do is try to keep everybody together. It's easier to find a group than it is to find individuals. And I was just getting ready to tie off everybody to each other. And a wave came over, and that was it. It scattered everybody. It scattered everybody. It's like, oh, geez. Now what are we gonna do?
In an instant, everybody disappeared. Everybody went with the waves and the current, everybody was gone. And I was in the ocean all by myself.
We were together, and then, like that, suddenly I found myself alone. Where's Marilyn? Where are the other people? Where's the plane?
Large modern aircraft are mechanical marvels, with over 3 million working parts. Strict maintenance schedules and numerous backups for critical systems mean mechanical failures are extremely rare. But when they happen, their impact can be devastating. 18th of September 2014, 9:30 a.m. JetBlue Flight 1416 had just taken off from California's Long Beach Airport. This was scheduled to be a 3-hour flight to Austin, Texas. Jared West, one of its 142 passengers, had been on edge since the plane left the ground.
As soon as we began to take off, the plane seemed louder than usual. And that seemed odd to me, but it wasn't alarming. And as we climbed out, it continued to be loud.
Air traffic control guided Jared's plane up over Southern California as planned.
JetBlue 1416, good morning. Turn left, heading 130, climb and maintain 10,000.
Left heading 130, climb to 10,000, JetBlue 1416.
At about 8,000 to 10,000 foot level, there was a loud boom. It was really loud. Everybody on board heard it, whether they were wearing headphones or not, and everybody let out a gasp or a yell.
One passenger grabbed his phone and captured the immediate aftermath.
was way in the front of the fuselage. So I looked back to see, because everybody was screaming at this point, so I'm looking back to see what was going on. And sure enough, it was black smoke. You couldn't see to the back of the plane anymore. And that's when I realized that it was a really serious situation.
12 rows back from Jared, in row 13, was Victoria Rivet.
You imagine the worst when you see smoke. You basically think if there's smoke, there's a fire somewhere. I hope to God it's not in the engine. I hope to God that we could land safely, that we're not just gonna go down in flames.
Most passengers don't realize that oxygen on their aircraft comes directly from the engines. So this thick smoke meant there must have been a serious engine failure. Oxygen masks had dropped down so people could breathe fresh air. But in row 13, Victoria had a problem.
Everyone has masks except for me and my row, the other two passengers. They're lucky they have masks. Must be nice. Ours would not deploy at all. They were jammed. So the airline stewardess said she would come back to us, and we were just looking around, wondering how long do we have to wait, because we were having a hard time breathing here. She did end up coming back, and she physically had to unjam it.
Everybody on the plane was fearful for their lives. Many people were praying, and many people were holding hands with one another.
I am not a religious person, and I wish at that moment in time I believed in God. I remember thinking that would be great right now.
I remember at one point the lady that was sitting directly behind me, she reached forward and she touched my shoulder, and I grabbed her hand this way, and the human contact at that point, when I wasn't sure about my future and wasn't sure about the fate of the airplane at that point, it was a very reassuring thing. You know.
With smoke filling the cabin, flight attendants insisted passengers keep their masks on.
The thoughts that ran through my mind were just, I have so much to say to some of my loved ones. How do I say this? How do I get my words out before it's the end? So I took my phone out and I videotaped myself saying goodbye to my mother, telling her that I loved her. If I was gonna have to go early, then I just wanted her to know that she was the most valuable person to me in my life. I was talking during this video, but you can't hear me because the oxygen mask is over my face. And it was so loud inside the plane, and there were so many alarms going off and everything. But you could see the fear in my eyes. And I remember saying in the video, if someone finds this, because I figured that there would be wreckage and that the phone might be found. And if it was, then please give the message to my mom. That was a very scary thing.
The pilot radioed air traffic control for help.
JetBlue 1416 SoCal approach.
JetBlue 1460, we're declaring emergency, sir. We've got a number 2 engine fire.
4 minutes after smoke filled the cabin, the pilot made an announcement to the passengers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a right engine failure. Shut down the engine. We're headed back to Long Beach at this time. Please stay in your seats and we'll try and clear the cabin as well as we can. Thank you.
The engine fire had forced the pilot to shut it down, leaving the plane with just one working engine. At 9:41 a.m., with smoke still in the cabin, flight attendants prepared passengers for an emergency landing at Long Beach Airport.
All the flight attendants were very frightened. And if they're nervous, then we're nervous.
Everyone looked tense in their seats, kind of bracing themselves. Just felt like this could be their final moments of their lives.
Nobody was sure whether we had all of our landing gear. None of us were sure if we were going to actually land.
total relief when we landed. We couldn't believe we made it alive out of that plane, and to feel the ground beneath your feet after an experience like that is just the best feeling.
A detailed examination of the engine revealed the cause of the fire. A piece of metal the size of a thumb that held the engine blades had shattered. Metal shards had ripped through the engine. 5 dents on the outside of the plane showed where these shards had come close to piercing the cabin and injuring passengers. In this incident, the pilot had been able to get the fire under control, but not all pilots are so lucky. 8th of September 2015, 4:14 p.m. Airport CCTV captured a British Airways plane bound for London with an engine fire burning out of control. 170 people, including Ellie Wooldridge and her husband Paul, were trapped inside the plane.
It was just like a dream. I kept thinking, I'm going to wake up in a minute. This ain't happening.
Speedbird, Mayday, Speedbird 2276, request fire services.
Speedbird 2276, heavy fire services are on the way.
91 seconds after the first sign of smoke, Captain Chris Henke ordered an evacuation.
All of a sudden you get emergency evacuation, and then you just see like all these stewardesses, they run to their exits.
All 157 passengers prepared to evacuate.
Me and the wife, we was literally at the door at the same time as the steward. He opened the door and we was watching the thing fall down. He said, wait, wait, wait.
And I'm thinking, I just want to get off, I just want to get off.
Only 3 of the 8 emergency slides could be used.
And then as soon as the chute comes down, he said, right, you can go. I was down. I didn't even wait for Paul. I was gone. And then like Paul comes straight down behind me and he's just looked that way. And then he went, "Oh, just run." He said, "That's going to blow, just run."
21,000 gallons of fuel were held in the 3 tanks near the fire.
I looked to the right and it was just a massive ball of fire. And we was literally running for our lives across the runway.
Once safely away from the raging fire, Ellie started filming on her mobile phone.
You turn around and you just stand there looking at it. The middle of the plane you couldn't see because of the fire and the smoke. It was just unbelievable, and you're just standing there watching it and you think, I've just got off that.
As captain, Chris was not leaving the plane until all his passengers had been safely evacuated. Then air traffic control were told the remaining crew would be leaving the plane.
Sarah, Speedbird 2276 Heavy.
Speedbird 2276 Heavy, go ahead.
Speedbird 2276 Heavy, we are evacuating on the runway. We have a fire, I repeat, we are evacuating.
Speedbird 2276 Heavy, roger.
The cabin manager came and said, "Captain, everybody's off." I was thinking of going down to check myself, but there's smoke everywhere. I thought it would be a bit dangerous to do. So the 3 of the flight deck, we went down the slide and then sort of started herding the passengers together.
What was meant to have been his penultimate flight would now signal the end of Chris's 42-year flying career.
Oh, a bit sad in a way. Lots of emotions because I knew that was it for me flying-wise. I was just pleased that everybody was fine.
Chris's quick reactions on the runway, bringing the plane to a safe stop, trying to extinguish the fire, and the crew carrying out a swift evacuation resulted in no serious injuries. So when Chris met with the passengers, he was given a hero's welcome.
Everyone just gave him a round of applause. Yeah, and we was just all pleased for it all to be over.
He did look really pale and shaken, but he was good, he explained everything, what had happened.
Well, we did our job, basically. And, all the crew, 2 co-pilots and all the 10 cabin crew all did a great job.
Ellie and Paul had escaped physical injury, but the memory of this flight still left a scar. 24 hours later, the airline booked them onto another plane home.
Coming home, that was really, really traumatic. My wife, she was in a real mess, and I literally had to force her onto the plane.
It's not easy to get it out of your head. I didn't want to get on a plane again. I wanted to get on a boat. How can you put me on a boat?
Images taken by an investigation team revealed the damage suffered by the aircraft. The cause of the fire was discovered to be a circular metal spool deep in the heart of the engine. During takeoff, it had fractured and torn through the structure around it. The images also showed how close the resulting fire had come to reaching the inside of the cabin. Everyone on board had had a lucky escape. Last year, there were 39 million flights worldwide, twice as many as 20 years ago. The demands airlines put on their aircraft are higher than ever.
There are some airlines that specialize in short hop flights, that is, flights of an hour or two or less, and they're using that airplane several times a day.
Frequent use means more passengers are witnessing rare structural failures on their aircraft. During extreme turbulence on a flight to India's capital, Delhi, an interior window broke loose. Flight crew rushed to get it back in place before passengers were put in danger. And over London, one passenger captured the moment the wing of their plane started falling apart. Although shocking, these failures didn't cause any serious injuries to those on board. Other failures, however, can be much more dangerous. On the 1st of April 2011, Southwest Flight 812, making a 2-hour flight between the American cities of Phoenix and Sacramento, was involved in a mid-air emergency. Greg Hansen was one of the 117 passengers on board.
I was reading the paper and I heard a loud popping sound, sort of metal related. Like a tin can being crushed. I looked around, nobody else had a look of alarm on their face or anything of that nature. So I just went back to reading the paper. Probably just about a minute after I heard those first two sounds, then that's when it really happened. It was just like a lid opening on a can.
At 34,000 feet, the roof of the plane had been torn open. Greg's footage captured the 5-foot hole that had suddenly appeared above the cabin.
All I had to do was just look back and up and I could see blue sky.
Oxygen was rushing out. Greg and the other passengers were in a situation that could turn deadly in seconds. First of April 2011. At 34,000 feet, Southwest Flight 812 from Phoenix, Arizona, carrying 117 passengers, was facing a critical emergency. Its roof had been ripped open. Oxygen was rushing out of the cabin. If action wasn't taken quickly, everyone on board would suffocate and die. Passenger Greg Hansen captured the shocking images of the 5-foot hole that had suddenly appeared above him.
The situation at that point did not feel real. Don't expect that you'll be cruising at 34,000 feet and that the plane will open up on you. The one thing that strikes me is just the sunlight. How the sunlight's pouring through a fuselage, and that's the last thing you'd ever expect.
At 34,000 feet, there's 73% less available oxygen than at sea level. Every passenger on board was in imminent danger of passing out and then death.
At that altitude, the time of useful consciousness is well under 30 seconds.
Within seconds of the hole appearing, the pilot declared an emergency and oxygen masks dropped down.
South 812, we've got a hole in the fuselage in the back of the airplane.
The pilot needed to quickly put the plane into a dive so they could reach lower altitude and breathable air. Air traffic control rushed to get approval for the dive.
This is Sector 60. Southwest 812 is emergency decompression descent. He'd like 10,000 feet. Can you approve that? He's doing it anyway.
Yes.
Southwest 812, descend and maintain 10,000.
At 16:01, the pilot put the plane into a sharp dive, dropping 89 feet per second.
When the pilot took that rapid descent, definitely that was the white knuckle part. I'd never experienced that type of G-force before.
Center Southwest 812.
Southwest 812, go ahead.
After reaching 9,000 feet, the pilot radioed for the nearest airport.
How far away is Yuma from us right now?
Yuma is at 50 miles.
We'll take Yuma.
Roger, you are clear to the Yuma Airport, maintain 900,000.
30 minutes after Greg had witnessed the roof torn open, his plane safely touched down. Greg captured the relief in the cabin.
You're on YouTube now. Once we landed, everybody's crowding around taking pictures, and everybody's happy to be alive and definitely talking about it.
The subsequent investigation discovered something that Southwest's maintenance might never have spotted. A row of 8mm rivets along one roof panel had suffered metal fatigue. Greg's plane had completed 39,781 flights, an average of 7 flights every day for 15 years. And every flight had put these rivets under pressure, until finally they couldn't take any more. An incident in 1988 showed how serious this event could have been. Flying at 24,000 feet, this Aloha flight had the entire front roof of the plane ripped off, with catastrophic consequences.
One of the flight attendants was ejected out into the ocean, was never found again.
This incident showed how deadly metal fatigue can be for passengers on an aircraft. This invisible threat can only be spotted with improved and regular maintenance. The heroic pilot of this Aloha flight had managed to navigate back to a nearby airport. But landing back on a runway is not always possible. 8th of December, 2015, 3:23 p.m. A light aircraft traveling en route to Honolulu had suffered a major mechanical failure. An explosion on board cut all power in the plane. 32 seconds later, it crashed into shark-infested waters with no mayday call possible. Pilot Clyde Kawasaki had suffered cuts to his face in the crash and had no life jacket. He swam over to a nearby passenger who had a flotation device.
And the first thing he said was, "You're bleeding." I go, "Yeah, I know." And that's when we didn't have to say it. We came to the agreement that shark shows up, I have to leave them, because they're not coming after them, they're coming after me. Fact of life, My first job is the safety of my passengers, and if I'm drawing attention to my passengers, it can't be that way. I'd have to leave, draw them away.
Passengers Bruce Briley and his wife Marilyn had been separated from everyone, including each other. After over an hour in the water, they were starting to lose hope of rescue.
There were no airplanes coming over. There were no boats around. Every time I turned around to look at the island, it was farther away and the salt water would hit me in the face.
We had been told that that was an area that was particularly rich in sharks. And, you know, at any moment, one could be taken. And flitting through my mind was, do I want that? Would it be better just duck my head under and breathe in?
You know, it was starting to get dark and cold, and I started thinking of my kids and my grandkids and wondering if I'd ever see them again. And I stopped treading water and decided that that was it. I wasn't going to survive.
By now, the passengers had been in the water for 80 minutes. As nighttime was approaching, help finally arrived. A plane had spotted the crash site earlier and called in helicopter rescue.
All of a sudden I heard somebody say, "I'm going to get you out of here." I turned around and I saw this guy and I said, oh my God, it was like an angel came from heaven.
And the rescue swimmer came over. How you feeling? Great now.
But not everyone had survived. While in the water, a female passenger had suffered a fatal heart attack. In a rescue helicopter, her body was laid down next to Bruce.
When I put my hands on her face to clear the hair, her face was warm. Well, I was cold, okay? I was cold. And so I suspect that she died in my arms.
Rescued by different helicopters, Bruce and Marilyn had no idea if the other had survived. They were flown separately from the crash site to a nearby hospital.
I kept asking about my wife and there was no information. Or maybe an hour and a half went by and then all of a sudden she was there. And they pulled her up beside me. My God, what a good feeling.
Oh my God, it was like heaven seeing him, you know, that he survived and I survived. Picked up my hand and we held our hand for a while.
For the survivors of the crash, the memory of this flight will stay with them forever.
It's an indelible thing on your life, you know. And I identified all of them as heroes, our heroes. You know, the big one was Kawasaki. You know, had some kind of amateur been flying the plane, we'd be dead. I mean, he's, in our book, he's tops.
I don't know. Mixed emotions. I just did what I'm supposed to do and what was expected of me.
Clyde continued to fly passengers for another 3 years before retiring in 2018. For Bruce and Marilyn, this flight had a profound impact on their lives.
We have not been in an airplane since, and I don't know if I will ever fly again.
They often say such a thing is life-changing, and it is. It is. Things that were important to you before become less so. And you begin to really enjoy life more. I mean, just the fact of being alive is a wonderful thing.
Next time on World's Worst Flights. An engine bursts into flames mid-flight.
Just get back down on that runway as fast as you can.
A landing goes horribly wrong. And a plane heads towards the ground with no landing gear.
I texted my wife, you know, kind of saying goodbye.
It's one of our greatest fears. Being on a plane when something goes badly wrong. This series reveals what it's like to live through catastrophic events on board an aircraft.
I just had visions of being burnt alive on this plane.
Using footage that captured these terrifying moments. And hearing from those who survived them.
Everyone looked tense in their seats. It felt like this could be their final moments of their lives.
I looked out to see some of the engine flying off.
At that point, I planned to meet my maker.
These are the world's worst flights.
All right, we're gonna land field right here.
Every year, nearly 4 billion passengers travel by plane. And each time we board a flight, we trust the pilots with our lives. But human error remains the leading cause of air accidents. And when mistakes are made in the cockpit, passengers can be put through a terrifying ordeal. In this episode, a breakdown in communication sees a plane crash to the ground.
I remember grabbing the front of the chair and thinking, oh my gosh, we are really in trouble.
Human error leads to an engine bursting into flames.
Just get back down on that runway as fast as you can.
And a plane heads towards the ground with no landing gear.
I texted my wife, kind of saying goodbye.
All large passenger planes are flown by 2 pilots. And it's essential these pilots work together as a team.
You may see things one way in life, I may see things another way, but when we come in that flight deck, we are a team, and our goal is safety.
But when cockpit communication breaks down, passengers' lives can be put in danger. On the 22nd of July 2013, Mary Ann and Andy Sperry headed to Nashville Airport for a celebratory trip.
My husband and I had never left our kids before, and we were excited to spend the evening in New York City.
It was to celebrate our wedding anniversary. We'd never been to New York City together.
Flying is not my favorite thing. It never has been. Every time I fly, I get nervous.
The flight from Nashville to New York's LaGuardia Airport was carrying 144 passengers and 5 crew.
That day in particular, I was mostly just looking forward to Mary Ann being able to go with me, and dinner and a show.
The takeoff seemed normal, so nothing stood out as being odd that day.
At 5:40 p.m., the flight crew made contact with the air traffic control tower at LaGuardia to request clearance to land.
Tower Southwest 345 on the ILS 4.
Southwest 345 is on your tower. Number 2 for the land 14, we'll get to the direct street.
And number 2 cleared to land, Southwest 345.
Mary Ann and Andy were sitting near the front of the plane. 2 other passengers further back decided to film the landing.
When we started to descend, Andy looked at me and said, Mary Ann, this is kind of a strange landing.
I'd made this landing many times. Gosh, it feels like we're coming in a little low.
What I remember most is just seeing the lines for the tarmac. We heard this terrible screeching.
The plane's front landing gear had collapsed, and it was now sliding down the runway on its undercarriage.
I looked at Andy and I grabbed his leg and I said, "What's wrong?"
airport ground crew began filming as the plane slid to a halt.
Here comes the fire. Right there. Right there. Nope. Yeah, that's another fire. Right, relax. No, he landed on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he didn't even fly.
The plane had slid down the runway for nearly half a mile.
I was actually the very first person on the plane to get up out of my seat.
On the captain's orders, the cabin crew attempted to keep the passengers seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not there. You need to take your seat. Please, take your seat.
There was no way it was going to make it to the terminal. I knew we were getting off that plane in the middle of the runway.
40 seconds after the crash, a passenger's camera caught the confusion in the cabin.
One of the tires blew. This engine is on the ground. No. Tires look like it just blew out. Tires don't burn.
Yeah, things changed. The plane started to fill up with smoke.
I remember grabbing the front of the chair and thinking, oh my gosh, we are really in trouble.
This plane is actually on fire.
Any emergency vehicles on the frequency? Car 90, we need emergency services on this frequency. Stop us trying to reach out to you guys.
70 seconds after impact, emergency services approached the scene.
Here come the police.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not at the gate.
But with smoke filling the cabin, panic was beginning to take over.
I said to Andy, why aren't they just getting us off the plane?
At New York's LaGuardia Airport, airport staff captured the moment Southwest Flight 345 came to a halt, having nosedived onto the runway. 2.5 minutes later, passengers were trapped on a plane that was rapidly filling with smoke.
One of the passengers started to open the emergency exit. He was instructed by one of the crew members, don't open that door.
The airline stewardess, they were starting to go in the bathroom and they were getting the paper towels and they're wet and they were telling us to put them over our mouths.
Well, you can't leave, but if we stay here, we're gonna have a much, much bigger problem when people start passing out.
And then I remember Andy saying to one of the stewardesses, you need to get these people off of this plane. It's gonna be a lot harder to get dead bodies off of this plane.
I don't want it to end right here. I don't want to be in a perfectly survivable plane crash and then wind up, dead in my seat because we didn't ever get off of it.
Firefighters sprayed down the plane while passengers watched from inside. Eventually, the cabin crew were given the all-clear to open the doors.
I simply remember the relief of the first gust of fresh air kind of coming through the cabin. Grabbed a couple breaths of fresh air and come to the doorway and jump and slide down like you're in grade school. Emergency crews were trying to shepherd everyone, get away from the plane, keep it moving.
We still had no idea what had happened. And nobody really on the ground crew or any could tell us.
8 people were injured in the crash. An investigation began immediately and focused on what happened in the cockpit during landing. LaGuardia's runways are less than half the length of neighboring JFK Airport, so it's essential that pilots approach at the correct speed and height.
One of the significant challenges of LaGuardia is they have shorter runways, and it's also water on all sides, so you have very little to no room for error.
But the pilots of Southwest 345 were making a dangerously unstable approach. Ignoring safety protocols, they made changes to the plane's wing flaps at low altitude. The plane was now too high. Just 3 seconds from landing, the captain, who had been monitoring as the first officer flew, took action. Pilot Martin Alder is recreating the plane's final descent in a simulator.
At 27 feet, to be precise, the captain decides to take control of the airplane. You have only 3 seconds before you will touch down at our current rate of descent, so it's really a very late stage to take control.
Airport CCTV showed how, when the captain grabbed the controls, the plane nosedived onto the runway. For the 144 passengers, this human error could have been fatal.
I know what happened, and we were fortunate to be able to walk away, and everyone on that plane was ultimately fortunate to be able to walk away.
Until I actually got home and saw the kids, and then realized, oh my gosh, this could have all been gone in 2 seconds. I think that's when it kind of hit me.
Accident investigators ruled that the captain's actions had caused the crash landing, and she was fired by the airline. For pilots, landings are the most challenging aspect of flying, and the point when something is most likely to go wrong. In February 2017, pilot error led to a near miss at John Wayne Airport in California. Hollywood actor and pilot Harrison Ford landed his small plane on a taxiway rather than the runway.
November 9 Hotel uniform, negative. He's holding short of runway 20 left. He landed on Charlie.
He had narrowly missed an American Airlines jet carrying 116 passengers.
I landed on Charlie. Clearly understand now. Sorry for that.
But other cockpit mistakes on landing can be far more serious. Incheon Airport in Seoul, Korea. Jong Lee was about to return halfway around the world after an emotional family event.
We wanted to do the first birthday party for my son with my family in Korea.
His destination was his home city, San Francisco, on an overnight flight that would take 11 hours. Also on board the flight was Esther Yang, who was 15 at the time.
I was coming back from a family trip in Korea.
What we do in Korea?
Whoa.
Magic!
The flight departed Incheon International Airport at 4:30 p.m. Jong was flying with his wife, her parents, and his 1-year-old son.
We always get the seat in the front row of economy class, which you have a lot of leg room, and there's a room for attaching your bassinet. First flying for him, he just walking around a lot. He didn't really sleep for like 11 hours, so it was really tough.
As the flight approached San Francisco, CCTV revealed the airport operating normally on a sunny day with clear visibility. Flight Asiana 214 was aiming for runway 28 left, which juts out into the sea. Incoming planes need to touch down just meters from the sea wall at the end of the runway. Now, 2 miles from the airport, the pilots contacted the tower, requesting final clearance to land.
Highway, China 214, show final.
China 214, Heavy San Francisco Tower, which way left, clear land.
As we were landing, I was very excited. And I remember looking out the window, so it was a nice, bright day. We're pretty close to the ground, but I didn't think anything of it because I was like, oh, we are about to land.
Suddenly, like, all this engine, like, running, like, so hard. It was kind of weird that, like, you know, you actually hear the sounds.
A plane spotter at the airport perimeter captured what happened next.
Yeah, he does. Look at that one. Look how his nose is up in the air. Oh my God! Oh, it's an accident! Oh my God! 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 Oh Lord, have mercy.
Airport CCTV also captured the full extent of the crash.
All of a sudden, I was just being jolted around everywhere. Bounced up and down.
Everything was dropping down from the top. My wife was like screaming, like we're gonna die or something. From that point, we got the second big right after, which was like super hard. We could feel the airplane out of control. I felt like we're gonna die. It was really hard to control myself, but since I have my baby in front of me, so trying to hold him tight.
The plane had hit the sea wall with such force that the entire tail section broke off, throwing 6 people onto the runway. The plane then lifted in the air and span more than 330 degrees.
After it all stopped, the first thing I remember was the smell.
Now I think it was jet fuel smell, burning smell.
Fire had broken out in the right-hand engine and was quickly moving towards the body of the plane.
And then I remember my eyes burning.
This fire is like spreading into the cabin.
Inside the cockpit, pilots made contact with air traffic control.
214 Heavy, emergency speed vehicles are responding. Emergency vehicles are responding.
I just remembered looking at my siblings, making sure they were okay.
As the fire spread, confusion and disorientation among the crew delayed the evacuation. 90 seconds after impact, passengers were left trapped inside the burning wreckage.
We ran to the door, screamed them like open the door. I was asked to go back to the sea. The only thing I could thought about was get out of this airplane.
"6th of July 2013, airport CCTV captured a scene of devastation as flight Asiana 214 hit a sea wall at the start of the runway. "1 minute and 33 seconds after the plane came to a stop, 2 left-hand doors opened. Over 300 people had just minutes to escape before flames took hold in the cabin, and less than half of the emergency slides were working.
I was almost like first crew who came out through the slide. I was trying to get out of it as fast as I can. People were just running away wherever. It's almost like a war zone, you know, that you watch like from the movie.
"49 people were seriously injured in the crash, and 3 teenage girls lost their lives. An accident investigation began immediately and focused on the final moments in the cockpit. The pilot flying the plane was in training. Although experienced, he was new to the aircraft, with just 33 hours flying time in the Boeing 777. Observing him were 2 other pilots.
So one aspect of this was the fact that there was a training flight. There were 3 pilots on board, and all experienced guys, and they knew what they were doing, but it was a training flight, so there was an added pressure.
On approach, the trainee pilot wrongly thought the autopilot system would automatically apply power. When it didn't, the plane began to lose height and speed, and none of the 3 pilots took any action to correct it.
And they didn't notice. They were concentrating on the training, they didn't notice the speed coming down, and when they eventually noticed, they were way below the glide path, they were far too low. The undercarriage hit the seawall at the beginning of the runway, and the tail broken off as well.
The pilot's mistake had a lasting impact on the lives of those on board.
We had nightmares and this trauma for a while, for a long time. And even I couldn't really trust any public transportation anymore at the time. Or you're a pilot, you should land your airplane without any help. That's what you're trained for. So I was pretty angry with that, the pilot's fault.
The crash of Asiana 214 impacted pilot training worldwide. Pilots are now trained more thoroughly in flying manually, without any automation. It's not just pilots who are responsible for passenger safety. Ground crew and technicians must also follow strict procedures to make sure planes are safe to fly. Any small mistake on the ground can lead to disaster in the air. 24th of May, 2013, Heathrow Airport. Company director John Chaplin was traveling to Oslo in Norway for a business meeting.
Quite a grey day as far as I remember. Got there early because it's an early flight, and I planned to come back in the same evening.
Psychotherapist Dr. Jean Knox was also boarding the flight.
I quite often travelled abroad, so it was fairly routine.
The flight to Oslo was due to take just over 2 hours. This was the aircraft's first flight of the day. As the crew carried out their final checks, the 75 passengers took their seats.
"3F", it's literally one of the seats at the front. It's on the right-hand side. It's by the window, virtually parallel with the front of the engine.
John was sitting across the aisle, overlooking the other engine.
I like to sit near the window just because I like to see what's going on in case something happens.
The plane taxied to the runway on schedule.
I was just in my normal state for 8 o'clock in the morning. Quite relaxed, slightly bored, really just waiting to get there.
The first thing I was aware of that something wasn't right. As the plane gathered speed, I could see the engine cowling, which obviously hadn't been fastened together. The question that goes through your mind is, should I stand up and shout, "Stop the takeoff"? I just didn't know what to do.
There was this loud bang, I looked out just in time to see some of the cover of the engine flying off.
As the plane left the tarmac, the covers of both engines had been torn off simultaneously.
I decided to get my phone out and start filming. It just seemed an instinctive thing to do. That engine I was looking at didn't look okay. It was exposed.
Several of us called to the crew and said, the engine's damaged. One of the most alarming aspects of that experience was actually to realise that I and other passengers could see something that the cabin crew and apparently the pilots didn't know about.
14 minutes into the flight, the captain announced they were returning to land at Heathrow.
What I noticed as we came back was that it seemed to be taking rather a roundabout route to get back to Heathrow.
I didn't understand why we couldn't turn around immediately.
My thought at the time was just go in a straight line, get back down on that runway as fast as you can.
When the right-hand engine cover was torn off, it punctured a fuel pipe. Aviation fuel was now pouring out over the wing.
And there was a colourless liquid streaming from those pipes. That was pretty scary. How long is it before this engine bursts into flames? There was a dull boom and flames were everywhere.
The light in the cabin was orange for that moment.
On the ground below, a member of the public recorded the sight of the engine on fire.
So I'm sitting there watching an engine that is keeping us up in the air, damaged and in flames. That was terrifying.
You're just thinking, will the same thing happen to the engine that I'm sitting next to?
It was touch and go for all of us, really.
You don't need to be an engineer to know planes don't stay in the air with no engines.
The pilot was returning to Heathrow to attempt an emergency landing on a route that passed directly over London.
You could see the ground, residential areas and schools and probably some hospitals and all the rest of it. You start thinking about where you're going to ditch.
I knew that all the passengers on the plane were completely helpless and that we just had to sit and wait.
You do go through what could happen and you wonder, what will it feel like to explode? Will you choke on the fumes, or will you feel the heat of the flames, or will you just be crushed?
I was just sitting there thinking, this is probably it.
As the plane approached, both runways at Heathrow were shut down, and emergency services gathered on the tarmac.
You were just clenched, just, hoping that you would get down.
I remember the sense of relief and the applause as the pilot brought the plane to a stop on the runway.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we have safely landed. We ask you to stay in your seats and keep your seatbelts securely fastened. The services will be around to check the aircraft out, and we won't have reached our final destination, so please remain seated with your luggage completely stowed underneath the seats. Thank you very much.
And within seconds we were on the chute and walking across the tarmac.
John continued to film outside the plane.
People were gathering, other people were quite emotional. I think there was someone being sick. Some people were sitting on the grass and being comforted. I can see in my face that I was still traumatized by the experience. It was terrifying. You can see people just standing there, just looking at the aircraft. The overwhelming sense was that we'd got through it somehow. And that for whatever reason, we had been given this other chance because it so easily could have gone a different way.
Investigators spent over 2 years analyzing the evidence. They found that technicians servicing the plane overnight had left both engine covers open. Before takeoff, both ground crew and the pilots performed an external check of the aircraft. Crucially, neither of them spotted the open latches.
One small error on the part of the technicians could have led to the death of everybody on that plane.
Initially, it makes you angry, of course, because it's avoidable. It was a mistake. Somebody made a mistake.
But the report ruled that human error alone was not to blame. The fan cowl door latches are located so low down on the engine, they're difficult for pilots and ground crew to check.
So unless you actually get down, kneel down or lie on your back, you don't see that the latches are not done up. And surprisingly, there is no flight deck system to show that these things are unlatched.
Following the investigation, manufacturers developed a new latching system with a key that can't be removed until the doors are fully closed. Pilots always have to be ready for an emergency. In the rare event of mechanical failure, their split-second decisions will determine the fate of everyone on board.
The interesting thing with pilots, it's almost as if the fear is trained out of us. And so we see an engine issue, we deal with the engine issue, we get you on the ground safely. We'll figure out the why later.
But when pilots make the wrong decisions under pressure, the results can be catastrophic. This flight in Taiwan suffered a problem in one engine on takeoff. But the pilots then mistakenly shut down not the faulty engine, but the other working engine. "43 people lost their lives. But human error isn't always about immediate decisions. Sometimes disastrous mistakes can play out over hours. 31st of October 2011, New York's Newark Airport. Just before midnight, passengers boarded a LOT Polish Airlines flight to Warsaw. Among them was Alexander Ryszko, who had booked his ticket days earlier on hearing some bad news.
My brother got ill, and he had like 1 week or so to live because something happened quickly. He had the cancer. Yeah, I was rushing to get there.
The overnight flight was due to arrive at lunchtime in Warsaw and was carrying 221 passengers and 10 crew. Also on board was boxing promoter Greg Cohen.
I was in the second row of the plane on the aisle, a nice comfortable seat. Again, it was just like any other flight, at least the way it started.
At 12:19 a.m., the plane took off and passengers settled in for the 8.5-hour flight.
I was watching movies, ate my meal, I maybe even read a little bit of a book.
But 6 hours into the flight, Greg noticed something unusual.
flight crew members, they kept walking back and forth into the cockpit area. I could just tell, just by the way they looked, something wasn't right. I called the flight attendant over and I asked if everything was okay, and basically assured me that, everything's going to be fine. And, I went about my business watching my movies.
2 hours later, something else grabbed Greg's attention.
I looked out the window. I saw F-16s on both sides of our plane.
And you see jet next to the plane. I mean, you're saying, what, do we have terrorists on the flight?
I'm a calm guy. I got nervous, and I said, what's going on here?
What none of the passengers knew was that shortly after takeoff, the plane had suffered a major fault. Its landing gear would not deploy. The flight crew had been battling to correct it for the past 8 hours, but without success. Now fighter jets had been scrambled to get a closer look. Alexander began filming on his phone.
And I figure after I stop filming, we die, probably the film will survive.
Flight Lot 16 from New York to Warsaw had suffered a serious malfunction. Its landing gear would not lower. While pilots worked out what to do next, the plane circled for 60 minutes over Warsaw's Chopin Airport. Passenger Alexander Ryshko began filming.
Finally, they told us that we have a problem with the landing gear. I see some people praying, ladies kissing the cross.
I got out my phone. I texted my wife. Told each other how much we love one another and, kind of saying goodbye.
With no landing gear, the only option for the pilot was to try to execute what is known as a belly flop landing. The 150-ton plane would touch down on its undercarriage and hope to come to a safe stop on the runway. The pilot confirmed with the tower they had no other option. At 2:30 p.m. local time, the plane approached the runway. The airport was closed, and fire crews sprayed the runway with foam.
And then I put my head down and I said, all right, this time is time. What can I do?
Inside the cabin, passengers braced for impact, and Alexander kept filming.
I was preparing for plane's gonna bump, We're gonna crack in half or we're gonna start spinning.
Just waiting and waiting and waiting for this impact. And the impact never came.
Polish news stations were broadcasting live as the plane landed.
After we landed, we all kind of said, oh my God,
But the relief was short-lived. So much friction had been created when the plane slid down the runway that it could catch fire at any moment.
The flight attendants are all screaming, "Get off this plane now!"
I got to the front, I jumped. The guy behind me hit me straight in my back with his legs. There was no screaming, run away, run away.
Within 90 seconds, all 221 passengers had evacuated safely, escaping without serious injury.
See? I turned back, I said, look, my grandchildren, I survived, I'm alive.
I called my wife. As soon as I heard her voice, I got emotional. I was just so thankful, that I was able to talk to her again. When I saw the fire trucks, that's when it really hit me. I realized then what we had been through and, how lucky we were, to have survived and cheated death.
Alexander made it to his hometown, just in time to see his brother in hospital. 5 days later, his brother died.
That was great feeling, still seeing him alive. And meeting all the family, they were very scared, thinking that we're gonna die. That's why those hugs were so real.
As footage of the landing was shared around the world, Captain Vrona, the pilot flying, was hailed as a hero.
The pilot on this plane, Captain Vrona, he's Poland's version of Sully. He nailed it. He hit it out of the park.
But despite his skillful belly flop landing, accident investigators ruled the pilots could have prevented it altogether. In the cockpit, they found one small switch in the wrong position. The switch was a circuit breaker that had cut power to the backup landing gear system and stopped it from lowering.
Had that circuit breaker not been tripped, they would have been able to lower the undercarriage on the alternate system. That would have avoided this belly landing.
After the incident, the airline made changes to their pilot checklists to avoid a recurrence. For the passengers involved, the incident had been life-changing.
When you're this close, to losing everything, to not being here, to death, it makes you realize the people you love, how important they are to you. But it certainly had an impact on my life.
Next time on World's Worst Flights, a twisted front wheel leads to a white-knuckle landing.
I started crying. The guy next to me is like, we're gonna be fine. I'm like, no, we're all gonna die.
One man faces up to a chilling water landing in the North Pacific. And an engine blowout is just the beginning for these frightened passengers.
If it breaks off and hits the tail, we're definitely going down.
It's one of our greatest fears. Being on a plane when something goes badly wrong. This series reveals what it's like to live through catastrophic events on board an aircraft.
I just had visions of being burnt alive on this plane.
Using footage that captured these terrifying moments. And hearing from those who survived them.
Everyone looked tense in their seats. It felt like this could be their final moments of their lives.
I looked out to see some of the engine flying off.
At that point, I planned to meet my maker.
These are the world's worst flights.
All right, we're gonna land field right here.
Worldwide, 100,000 flights take off and land each day. But coming back down to Earth safely is not always straightforward. Almost 60% of all fatal airline accidents occur during approach and landing. In this episode, drama in Hollywood, as mechanical failure leads to a terrifying landing.
You need the landing gear to not crash the plane. Like, that's an important part of the plane. I'm in danger.
Passengers face the nightmare prospect of ditching in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
It's so cold, the chances are you're going to freeze to death.
And an engine explosion forces a plane into an emergency landing.
If it breaks off and hits the tail, we're definitely going down.
_21st of September 2005. LA-based comedian and filmmaker Dave Reinitz was on his way to Hollywood Burbank Airport to catch an afternoon flight to New York.
It was a particularly stressful day. Just my girlfriend and I had had a big argument the night before. My girlfriend dropped me off, and we had a very cold departure. She was upset with me, and I was really just wanted to sleep for 5 hours, 6 hours, get to New York and do my thing.
Dave was filming a documentary in New York and carried a video camera in his hand luggage. Also on board was journalist Alexandra Jacobs, who was 6 months pregnant.
This was going to be the last flight to New York before I had the baby, and I was eager to see, my parents lived in New York, and I was eager to see them.
At 3:31 p.m., JetBlue Flight 292 took off with 141 passengers on board. Conditions for the 2,500-mile journey to New York were good.
The flight started really super normal. You know, they give you the, hey, this thing will float, don't, put your tray table up. And it was a very straightforward start to things. I guess it was maybe 15 or 20 minutes into the flight, it became something was up. The pilot came on and said, hey, we're having a little technical difficulty. When he made that announcement, I remembered I had a video camera. So I reached up and I got out the video camera and I started filming from inside the cabin.
Dave recorded events around him. Several rows ahead, close to the front, was fine art consultant Lisa Schiff.
The pilot came on and said, hello everyone. I don't know if you've noticed, but we haven't reached altitude.
20 minutes after takeoff, they were still cruising above California at 14,000 feet.
He said, we're getting an unusual signal about our landing gear. That was a big red flag for me.
People were already stressed. And some people were dealing with it quietly, and other people, there were upsets throughout the cabin. There was a level of intensity that persisted the entire time on that plane.
In the cockpit, an error message indicated a potential landing gear fault. But the crew had no way to see underneath the plane to check. The pilot made an extraordinary announcement.
He said, we're going to go down to Long Beach. which is the opposite direction of New York. And we're going to cruise by the tower nice and low so they can get a visual inspection of the plane. So that got a little more serious, like somebody needs to look at this thing.
I remember thinking, a flyby, like this is a jet plane.
A flyby from Top Gun? For me, it was just, I was already starting to panic.
At 4:20 p.m., they flew past the control tower at Long Beach Airport, hoping to get visual confirmation of the problem. The tower confirmed that the front wheels of the plane were twisted 90 degrees.
Like, you need the landing gear to not crash the plane. Like, that's an important part of the plane. So the fact that that was messed up was scary. I'm in danger.
Things were about to get even more surreal for the passengers. The pilot and air traffic control had been informed that TV news crews had picked up on the story.
Live TV feed from Channel 4 in Long Beach. Yes, I know I'm on candid camera. They made their presence known.
Flight 292's plight was being broadcast live across the nation. And incredibly, Dave and the other passengers could watch on board.
It's absolutely surreal to be watching the story of the plane that you're in. Like, it was on national television. It was, and then I clicked, and it's on every station. It's like, this is what they're covering.
Suddenly, the pilot made an announcement.
I've been told by both the company as well as our in-flight crew that apparently we've made the news. I'm sorry about that. I apologize for any apprehension that this is caused you.
They had like every military pilot giving their assessment of what our chances of survival was. I freaked out. Your heart is racing and the adrenaline is going through as if someone is chasing you and trying to kill you.
The Airbus A320 was loaded with 31,600 pounds of jet fuel, which could ignite if the landing went wrong.
At this point, what I'm doing is burning off additional fuel. We took off with a full load of fuel to go out to New York. We're currently drilling holes in the sky around the south part of Los Angeles, primarily to burn the fuel load down to a more suitable level.
We then flew out over the ocean for like 45 minutes. And that silence was really freaky. You start to think about what is going on.
This was 2005. The memory of 9/11 was still very fresh. This idea that something horrible could happen, I think, was in all our minds.
The plane continued circling, and minutes turned into hours.
There were the people like me who instantly went hysterical. I started crying. The guy next to me is like, we're gonna be fine. I'm like, no, we're all gonna die. And then there were doers, people who needed a job.
The thing I got out of filming was it gave me a role. I had something to do. So it gave me the opportunity to get out of my own head a little bit. It helped me to experience what was actually taking place on the plane. Picture of the people holding hands, I mean, it's a moving moment. I mean, to see people that intensely connected in a high-pressure situation.
Flight 292 had been circling for nearly 3 hours. They hadn't found a way to fix the jammed wheels, but had burnt off enough fuel to try and land at Los Angeles International Airport. Air traffic control contacted the pilot.
What do you think your ETA is now?
We're down to bingo fuel now at this time, Scott. I see 10,000 showing up here. I think it's time for execution. Do you concur? Concur.
The plane was about to come in for a white-knuckle emergency landing, but the passengers were the last to know.
turned the televisions off. And that was spooky. What happened? What changed? What are you not telling us?
September 2005. JetBlue Flight 292's front wheel was jammed in the wrong direction. The pilot informed the cabin that he was going to attempt to land at LAX. Passenger Dave Reinitz was filming on his camera.
They said we're going to be making an emergency landing. I thought of my girlfriend, knowing how harshly we had parted.
They had argued the night before. Now, fearing the worst, he taped her a final message.
Hey Barb, it's me. I'm watching the plane on the TV. We're having landing gear problems. We're going to crash land, or emergency land, crash is a bad word, in LAX. And they're telling us everything's going to be fine, and it is, but just thought I'd leave you a message just in case. It says, I love you. Everything is going to be groovy. Give Bosley a big hug for me. And we'll have a good laugh when I show you this video. You say what a goober I am. So, but if anything happens, you know, take care of everything. Everything's yours. I wanted her to know it was okay. That yes, we had a fight, but, you know, it's just a fight. We've been together for a long time. These things happen.
The pilot contacted air traffic control for the final time.
So let's make sure that we've got all of the preparations ready for the arrival into LAX.
I'm sure you'll be a hero here.
Well, that's not the point. I just want to make sure that everyone gets off this airplane okay.
The pilot chose to land at LAX, where the long runway gave him the best chance of success.
Two kinds of dangers there. One, you can have a failure of the main landing gear. That is, it could collapse backwards, the nose of the aircraft could hit the runway. A second is that the heat generated from that scraping on the ground could throw off hot pieces of metal that, if it punctures a fuel tank, could lead to a fire or an explosion.
At around 6:15 p.m., news helicopters captured the moment Flight 292 began its final descent into LAX. Dave kept his camera rolling.
Brace, 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 brace.
An automated voice began saying, brace, 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 very robotically. That was very, very scary. The stakes of dying are higher if you're pregnant. I'm not religious, but I pray.
I really wanted my mom. You know, just, I wanted to say goodbye to my parents.
As we come in, when we first hit, felt like we hit pretty hard.
The pilot needed to keep the twisted nose gear off the ground for as long as possible.
You started to smell burning rubber. Intense, intense, thick smell of burning rubber.
I felt heat coming up. I was scared. There might be an explosion.
We're slowing down. And then all of a sudden it got quiet for an instant.
Getting ready to brace.
Hey, good job, thank you. Take care.
The pilot opened the door and he put his hand up like this. I remember hugging him on the way out. He was so good. I mean, he was a great landing. Oh, wait, that's me. Oh my God, that's me. I've never seen this before. Wow, we are so lucky.
as we're walking down the plane, and I look back, and I look at the landing gear itself, and it is just sawed off, like an absolutely symmetrical half circle. Pretty amazing.
The passengers touched down to a meteor storm. But it wasn't only cameras there for Alexandra.
My husband was there waiting for me. It was just great to see how much he loved me.
An investigation later revealed what allowed the wheel to get jammed out of place. Part of the anti-rotation mechanism had fractured and separated due to fatigue. The Airbus steering system at the time didn't let the crew correct the wheel. This system has since been fixed.
Even for people like myself who've been around aviation for a long time, frankly, I'd never seen a situation where an aircraft landed with a nose wheel twisted in this manner.
All 147 people on board were unhurt, thanks in large part to the skill of the pilot. When landing an aircraft, there's little room for mistakes. And pilot error is the leading cause of airline accidents. This CCTV from LaGuardia Airport in 2013 shows Southwest Airlines Flight 345 coming into land nose first. The front landing gear collapsed and the plane skidded off the runway. Also in 2013, Asiana Flight 214 approached San Francisco Airport too low and hit the sea wall. Of the 307 people on board, 3 died and another 186 were injured. But sometimes extreme weather conditions are to blame. Dubai 2016. These passengers escaped a devastating fire when sudden wind changes caused their plane to crash land. All 300 on board survived, but 1 firefighter died. "80% of plane crashes happen during the first 3 minutes or last 8 minutes of the flight. But when disaster strikes mid-flight, it's the chance to contemplate your fate that can be most terrifying. As amateur pilot Randy Bryan discovered when he took a low-cost flight.
I'm not an airline transport pilot, and I don't know jets, all that much. But, flying is flying, so there's a lot of things similar with my little airplane and to a big airplane.
On the 15th of October 2013, Randy had been visiting his son in Colorado and was making his way back home to Atlanta. At Dallas-Fort Worth, he changed planes and boarded Spirit Airlines flight NK-165.
When I got on the plane in Dallas, there were some smells, oil and stuff like that, but I didn't think too much of it.
At 1:37 p.m., the flight departed from Dallas, heading for Atlanta. It was scheduled to take just over 2 hours.
We took off and everything was perfectly fine and normal. I was relaxed. We're doing our climb out, climbing up the altitude, and there was a vibration actually in one of the engines that I could feel.
After 11 minutes, the plane reached 19,500 feet.
Flames shot down the side of the airplane. The cabin filled up with smoke so thick that I couldn't see my hand in front of me. Everybody started screaming. There was a lot of even panic in me, even though I'm a pilot and I'm trained for things.
When the smoke had cleared, Randy got his phone and started filming.
Did you smell the oil when we first took off? I smelled the oil right away. Yeah. I fly a small plane, so I kind of recognize that smell.
We were talking and scared and texting our loved ones.
Randy's video captured the moment the cabin began to shake violently.
Some people thought it was my hand shaking, but it wasn't. I was actually shaking more than the video shows, not less. I really didn't know why it was vibrating as bad as it was. It didn't feel like an aerodynamic vibration, it was more mechanical. The big military guy sitting next to me, you know, he was all nervous. I don't care who you are, it's a scary experience. You see people looking off into the distance, holding their head in their hands. Everybody was, you know, lost in thought or panicking. The pilots didn't say anything, the stewardesses didn't say anything. So we were there guessing and wondering what was going on without any information.
18 minutes after the explosion, the flight crew finally made an announcement to the cabin.
You could hear the pilot breathing through his oxygen mask. It was very obvious. So every other word is which, you know, worried us even more. It's like, okay, he's on oxygen and we're not.
Randy and the other passengers were not told why the pilots had their oxygen masks on. But he knew whatever was happening was a real threat to the plane.
It was really something serious. I knew, you know, engine failure. If it breaks off and hits the tail, we're definitely going down.
At around 1:51 p.m., the Airbus A319 turned back towards Dallas.
There was a feeling of falling in the airplane and felt like we were going down. And that's like, okay, we're gonna die. At that point, I didn't want to see anything. I didn't want to look around, didn't want to do anything. So I buried my head under my jacket. The woman next to me, she was just kind of talking to me and seeking comfort from me.
You want to put this over your head? Yeah, just in case.
We had put the jacket over our heads and just to kind of not see what was going on.
I believe we'll be perfectly fine, okay? And I really believe that. I believe we're not going to have any problems at all.
Yeah, I've forgotten how scared she was and crying most of the time.
This is what pilots train for. You gotta trust our pilot.
Also, folks, as we get ready for landing, we're going to have you get in your brace positions at that point.
Randy's footage picked up the sound of the pilots preparing the aircraft for landing.
Now we got the slats out. See the slats coming out on the wing? Now the gear's coming down. That's the landing gear.
When I started going through the steps of that, everybody just kind of turned and listened to me. I was calming me down, being logical and methodical, at the same time calming them down.
Okay, folks, landing gear is down. We should be on the ground very shortly. We do need you in your brace positions.
25 minutes after the engine failure, Flight NK-165 began its final approach. 15th of October 2013, 2:10 p.m. Spirit Airlines flight NK165 had suffered an engine failure and was preparing for an emergency landing. Passenger and amateur pilot Randy Bryan was filming events on his phone.
Knowing that this is it, I'm dead, but I'm not dead yet. It was tough. It really was tough.
With just one engine working, the passengers faced a high-risk landing.
With one engine out, you have one reverse thruster that can't be used. So the airplane, can't stop near as fast. So it takes up a lot more runway. Could have been other damage to the control surfaces, speed brakes. We were braced for impact. Actually, it was a pretty good landing. We didn't land hard or anything. It was just a very typical smooth landing.
At Dallas, all 145 passengers disembarked, with no injuries reported. An investigation revealed that 11 minutes after takeoff, the plane began to vibrate when cracks inside the turbine caused the engine to overheat. By the time it was shut down 4 minutes later, large sections of the engine had been destroyed. If the turbine discs had been blown off, the plane would have been in grave danger.
They're heavy, thick metal discs. They can strike the leading edge of the wing, they can damage hydraulic, electrical services in the wing, they can hit the cabin, they can strike people in the cabin directly, potentially even go and damage the other engine.
Fortunately for those on board, despite the visible damage, the casing around the critical components had not been breached. The experience hasn't put Randy off flying, as long as he's at the controls.
I did wish I was sitting up in the cockpit and knowing everything that was going on, because I could understand everything that was going on, and my mind wouldn't have to imagine. When you don't have any information to put in there, your mind is going to make it up, and it can get pretty crazy.
Landing an aircraft is a huge technical challenge, and some locations can test even the most experienced pilot. But any landing strip will always be preferable to ditching at sea. In 2015, Ethan Williams was on a year-long round-the-world trip making YouTube videos of his adventure.
Definitely worth it. Great views. A little bit scary, they nearly run everyone over, so. At this point, I think I was 5 months into the trip. I'd just come from South Korea. I spent, I think, around about a week in Seoul exploring around, and I'd last minute decided to fly to America.
On the 29th of July, Ethan was flying to the US via Hong Kong. At 12:55 p.m., Cathay Pacific flight CX-884 took off for LA. The journey was scheduled to take just under 13 hours. Some 6 hours later, over the middle of the Pacific Ocean,
I was asleep on the plane and everyone else around me was asleep. And I woke up and I remember hearing a beeping noise. It was a noise I hadn't heard before, so straight away I knew it wasn't a normal alarm that was being sounded.
Ethan reached for his phone and captured his reaction to events as they unfolded.
Okay, so I'm not sure what's happening, but there's something going on this flight. All the flight attendants are running around like crazy. There's warning signs going off. Hopefully it's nothing too bad, and you'll be alright, but we'll see. They're running around like mad. They're doing something, checking the emergency exits and like grabbing bags and running forward, and I don't know, something's not right.
The plane had suffered a critical problem, but passengers were not told what.
It might be necessary for us to make an emergency beaching.
Straight away my heart sank as soon as I heard the words ditching. I knew the survival rate was very low. Because yeah, it's so cold, the chances are you're going to freeze to death. It was one of the only times in my life where I actually thought I was going to die.
At around 9 p.m., flight CX-884 prepared to ditch into the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Ditching is an extreme event that happens very rarely. It can be especially daunting because you may not have any idea how close you are to rescue. It could be a question of hours or even longer than that before someone can be on the scene.
Ethan and the 275 other passengers were facing a nightmare scenario. Stranded in the freezing ocean at night, hundreds of miles from land, they would have little chance of survival.
We all know the life vests are under your seat, but actually taking it out and ripping it out of that package was a very strange feeling. That was when you kind of think, wow, okay, this is really happening. You can look around the plane and you can see everyone else is doing the same thing, putting on their life vest. I remember at that point thinking it was a pretty serious situation.
Put your hand on the face, put your hand.
Flight attendants helped the passengers to prepare for landing at sea.
I remember taking a little bit of sense of achievement from that and being like, yeah, okay, I've got the brace position down. The cabin went strangely silent and everyone was just sat there in their own little moments.
"20 minutes after the alarm was raised, the passengers still had no idea what the malfunction was. The cabin crew made an announcement.
It's going to be a normal landing, not a water landing. So it's really curious, but still don't know why, but it doesn't really matter as long as we land okay.
You can actually see the big exhale that I make, and it's a huge sense of relief.
Incredibly, in the middle of the North Pacific Ocean, the flight crew had located a landing strip, a remote US Air Force refueling station on the western tip of Alaska's Aleutian Islands.
We're really dropping. Feel pressure.
As flight CX-884 approached the remote airstrip, it still wasn't out of danger. Ethan could only hope for the best.
They just warned us that we were going to be having a particularly heavy landing because we still had a lot of fuel on board. And they actually warned us that the brakes could potentially catch fire at this point because we were so heavy. It was quite a bumpy landing and quite heavy. And then there was very heavy braking.
Landed. Yes.
8.5 hours after takeoff, they were safe.
You could see the relief in people's faces. Everyone was very relieved and happy to be on the ground and the situation was at least over.
The details of the airline's investigation into the incident have not been made public, but they did release a brief statement. An equipment cooling fan below the floor had failed, and the crew noticed smoke around the cockpit area.
You could have the fire essentially eating through wires and the aircraft being in such a condition that's no longer flyable. But the decisions made by the crew and executing their emergency procedures and landing that aircraft kept this technological problem from getting out of hand.
Ditching at sea had been avoided. In the end, the fault was minor enough that they could land normally. But when complex and integral systems on an aircraft go wrong, landing is fraught with danger. 29th of December 2014. Gatwick was packed with people jetting off to enjoy some winter sun. Catherine Sterling and Alison Northcott were in a group of friends going to Las Vegas for a special birthday celebration.
We all turned 40 within sort of 3 months of one another, so I thought, what a great excuse to go out and celebrate.
I think we hadn't done anything like it before. It's going to be an amazing experience.
At 11:43, they took off on Virgin Atlantic flight VS-43 for the 10-hour, 45-minute transatlantic flight to Las Vegas. The Boeing 747 was close to full capacity, with 447 passengers and 18 crew on board.
As we were still climbing and gaining altitude, I remember hearing a noise. I can only describe it as a clunk. It sounded underneath the plane. It was enough for me to think, what was that? But not so much to be concerned.
Just minutes after takeoff, the crew announced there was a problem. The hydraulics were malfunctioning, and one of the main sets of landing gear was jammed inside the plane.
I got quite upset straight away because I just thought, you know, why us?
At 12:08, the crew announced they had to return to Gatwick. But first, they needed to lose weight. One of the passengers filmed as flight VS-43 circled above the sea, dumping fuel.
There's a lot of it. I've never seen anything quite like it, to be honest. This is a proper problem. This is not an insignificant thing.
You could feel the tension. We seemed to just be going around in circles for eternity.
The 747 still faced a dangerously unstable landing. The pilot decided to take drastic action. At 2:35, he made an announcement.
I'm trying to dislodge this gear door. If you can bear with us and stay in the seats, what we'll do is maneuvers.
To dislodge the landing gear door, the pilot would need to push the 747 and its passengers to the limit.
They were basically going to be shaking the plane to see if they could dislodge the wheel.
I've had experienced some turbulence on planes in my life, but this was a proper kind of dropping sensation. You could hear a level of anxiety rising at that point.
After their white-knuckle ride, Catherine, Alison, and the other passengers waited to hear the result.
They came back onto the tannoy and they said, the landing gear is still trapped inside. We're going to have to come in for an emergency landing.
Flight VS-43 was in a holding pattern around Gatwick Airport. One of the landing gear doors was jammed. Friends Alison Northcott and Catherine Sterling were trapped on board.
I think about my son, and I think about my family, and I think, gosh, this is serious. I'm frightened.
When you're left in that state of limbo, it's like torture, really. It's, are you gonna be okay or not?
One passenger filmed on their phone as the crew prepared the cabin for an emergency landing.
When you hear the command, brace, brace, you must adopt the brace position shown on your safety card. You must stay in the brace position until the aircraft stops completely. Stay calm, read your safety card, and practice the brace position now.
Amateur footage captured the moment VS-43 began its heart-stopping final approach.
It was just so tense and just an emotional rollercoaster, really. Thinking, when we land, the plane will fall, the wing will smash through the window, and I'm there by the window.
The fire service at London's Gatwick, they don't want anybody to move seats on this aircraft or stand up or change position whatsoever. They secure the aircraft in position with a jack on the right hand side. So please, once we have landed and the aircraft has come to a complete stop, we kindly ask that you do not move out of your seats.
4 hours after takeoff, the 300-ton 747 came back in to land at Gatwick.
Cabin crew and passengers, brace, brace.
So I'm saying, just don't look up. Just, wait for impacts.
The hydraulic fault meant they were landing without all the wheels down. And it also affected the plane's ability to brake.
Once the initial bang of the landing, it was really quiet. You're used to hearing that sort of hydraulic noise of the brakes. There was none of that. We were just kind of gliding.
The aircraft was down, but could topple over at any second.
I remember looking up to sort of see out of the window as I was in that sort of brace position. And I could see the ambulances and the fire engines.
Emergency services and ground crew rushed to stabilize the plane.
The guys up here are just saying that we just need to keep this aircraft stable. It's just that when people start to move off the aircraft, we're worried about it. So obviously we're taking every precaution at the moment so nothing does happen.
I was thinking, please, nobody get up and panic, and we shouldn't move from our seats in case we then topple.
Everyone's 100% safe now, so, chill out, relax, because there's nothing to worry about. So just bear with us for a little while longer. We really appreciate your patience.
As soon as the aircraft was secured and the passengers unloaded, an investigation began. It concluded that a moving part of the landing gear used to extend and retract the wheels was installed upside down.
One of the things that came out of the accident report was you've got to make sure that it's impossible to fit these critical components the wrong way round. Build it in a way that it physically can't be done. And the aviation world is really, really good at learning from things when they go wrong, and changes have been put in place.
All 465 passengers and crew on board flight VS-43 were safe and unharmed.
I just remember being physically shaky and exhausted from having cried a lot. I'd have to say it was the worst experience.
It just brings things very acutely into focus. How fragile life can be and how things can change in a moment without you having any sort of control over it.
Next time on World's Worst Flights, a hijacker takes a group of passengers hostage.
I thought there's a terrorist here and he's just gonna bomb this plane.
A bomb detonates mid-air, ripping a hole in the side of a plane. And a vicious struggle between passengers and the pilot.
I felt this situation could turn really, really bad really, really quick.
It's one of our greatest fears. Being on a plane when something goes badly wrong. This series reveals what it's like to live through catastrophic events on board an aircraft.
I just had visions of being burnt alive on this plane.
Using footage that captured these terrifying moments. And hearing from those who survived them.
Everyone looked tense in their seats. It felt like this could be their final moments of their lives.
I looked out to see some of the engine flying off.
At that point, I planned to meet my maker.
These are the world's worst flights.
All right, we're gonna land field right here.
Every year, over 3 billion people travel by plane. Before boarding, they go through extensive security checks. These are designed to deter any passenger intent on committing terror. But no security system is perfect. And when a system fails, passengers' lives are put in danger. Coming up in this program, a threat to blow up a packed plane mid-flight.
His finger is hovering over an explosive. He said, I'm gonna do it.
A hijacker takes a group of passengers hostage.
The first thing that came to my head was, there's a terrorist here and he's just gonna bomb this plane.
And passengers fight the pilot for control of a plane.
I felt the situation could turn really, really bad, really, really quick.
31st of May 2017, late night in Australia's second largest city. Ex-Aussie Rules footballer Andrew Leoncelli had spent the evening celebrating a friend's testimonial.
I did have a dinner. One of my former teammates who was being inducted into the Hall of Fame for the Melbourne Football Club. Some great speeches, some great footage. So it was a really fun evening, and I was really upset actually to have to leave.
Just before 10 p.m, Andrew left the party early. He had a late-night flight to catch from Melbourne's International Airport.
It was a very busy flight, and I was seated in seat 4A, which is the front section of the plane on the left-hand side window.
Andrew was travelling to Malaysia's capital, Kuala Lumpur, for a weekend of business meetings. There were 336 other passengers on board.
I was fairly tired because it was late at night, so I was pretty keen to get a glass of wine and then go to sleep.
At 11:11 p.m, Andrew's plane took off and headed south over Melbourne. With the plane still climbing, everyone should have been strapped into their seats.
About 10 minutes into the flight, I heard a commotion between the air hostess and a man that I couldn't see, and everyone else had their headphones on and was oblivious to what was happening. And I started to really concentrate on the conversation, and he was saying, I need to get into the cabin to see the captain now. So I undid my seatbelt and rushed to her aid. My heart was pumping, and as I approached, I come across a man dressed all in black with a dark skin, beard, a beanie pulled down over his eyes and holding a big black object. But my instant reaction was to say, get back to your seat. To which he said, I'm not going anywhere, I'm going to blow the plane up. Obviously your heart sinks. And when he's making a threat and he's highly agitated and his finger is hovering like a millimetre over a makeshift explosive, and you're thinking that this could be it. And he was physically shaking. He said, I'm going to do it. So that's when I stepped back.
Faced with an aggressive hijacker, Andrew turned round to ask other passengers for help. But in that split second, the hijacker made his move.
He started running down the aisle, and the hostess gave chase, screaming out, help me, tackle the man, tackle the man. I remember looking back and just thinking, whatever's going to happen is totally out of my hands.
Just before midnight on the 31st of May 2017, Malaysian Airlines flight MH128 had taken off from Melbourne's International Airport. Its journey to Kuala Lumpur was scheduled to take just over 7 hours. But just after takeoff, passenger Andrew Leoncelli found himself face to face with a man threatening to blow up the plane.
Everything goes through your mind and you instantly think that you're so helpless. I mean, that's what I really felt, utter hopelessness and fear that that was the last thing that we were ever going to do.
Before Andrew could do anything, the man ran towards the rear of the plane.
And somebody stuck their foot out, tripped him up. Before you know it, 2 or 3 brave lads from down the back of the plane had subdued him entirely with hands tied behind his back.
With the hijacker restrained, the suspected bomb was moved to the front of the plane.
Termination 128. 128 approach.
At 11:38 p.m, the pilot radioed air traffic control to inform them of the attempted hijacking.
We have a passenger claiming to have an explosive device, tried to enter the cockpit, has been overpowered by passengers. However, we tried to land and have the device shut down. 128, understood.
The captain turned the plane sharply back to Melbourne Airport.
9 minutes later, at 11:47 p.m, the plane touched back down and was directed to a remote location.
We landed on the furthest runway away from the airport terminal as possible, and that gave us great comfort, but then we still had the threat of a bomb at the front of the plane.
Police were concerned there could be other terrorists on board. They kept their distance and made a tactical decision to stay out of the plane for 90 minutes. Eventually, at 1:21 a.m, Special Forces stormed the plane and located the suspected terrorist.
They were the Special Operations Group. They weren't just police. They were like heavily armed, like full SWAT team. So they were casing the plane, rifles drawn, semi-automatic weapons everywhere.
In the seat, everyone in the seat.
Put your heads down, please. Put your phones down, put your heads down.
They came on to get this guy off, which didn't take more than a minute, 2 minutes at the most. They left. We felt much better. He was gone. The thing was still at the front. We needed to get off the plane, and we were pretty keen to get off the plane straight after that.
Every passenger on board was taken off the plane and held in a secure area for questioning, in case the man had an accomplice.
The selected federal agencies and police agencies worked out over the next 8 to 10 hours who'd seen anything, what they'd seen, and eventually we were allowed to go. So it was a fairly epic experience, emotionally exhausting.
An investigation revealed the hijacker's bomb was nothing more than a portable speaker. Police also discovered the 25-year-old had been released that day from a psychiatric hospital and had taken methamphetamine before boarding the plane. On the 8th of December 2017, Manood Marks pleaded guilty to a charge of using threat of force to control an aircraft. In June 2018, he was sentenced to 12 years in prison.
Recently, there's been examples of terror attacks in public, and we're starting to see it across the world. So it's a reality of modern life, and this was a very real, very scary experience that I went through.
Over the past 20 years, there have been many attempts to storm the cockpit or blow up a plane. Some have been false alarms, but others have been serious threats to the safety of the aircraft. In 2001, 3 months after 9/11, a British terrorist tried to ignite explosives concealed in his shoes. In 2006, a plot to smuggle liquid bombs on board planes was uncovered. And 3 years later, a terrorist tried to detonate a bomb hidden in his underwear. Incidents like this have forced airport security to rapidly evolve. Today, every step is taken to try to keep up with the terrorist threat. But occasionally, someone manages to slip through. On the eastern coast of Africa lies Mogadishu, capital of Somalia, one of the world's poorest and most dangerous countries. Even flying in and out of the city's airport is high risk for any pilot brave enough to operate here.
There is nothing except the runway, and that's it. All these approaches are visual, no radar, no lights, no weather report, really nothing.
Passenger aircraft have even been used as target practice.
We used to land over the city. Sometimes they start shooting from the ground just for fun. Now we land from the seaside.
And some aspects of security at Mogadishu Airport are almost non-existent.
In Europe or States, you can see who is who. They have the uniform, they have identity cards, everything. Over there, no uniforms, no ID cards, nothing.
On Tuesday, the 2nd of February 2016, at 10 a.m., Vladimir was busy preparing Dallo Airlines Flight 159 for a 2-hour journey north to Djibouti City. Shortly before the flight, Vladimir was told he would be taking another 70 passengers. Takeoff would have to wait until they arrived.
We were late 20 minutes because of this changing of the number of the passengers.
CCTV from inside the airport recorded travelers in the departure lounge. The camera captured one of Vladimir's late-running passengers. The runway at Mogadishu Airport was full of people queuing to board. This meant Vladimir and his crew had to watch their passengers' every move.
You have to take your own security measures. Watching everyone, checking everyone, what they are doing, what they are putting in the aircraft.
At 11:30 a.m., all 74 passengers were on board. Vladimir's plane took off and climbed to 11,000 feet. Then there was a large blast from inside the plane.
It was a big explosion. It's blow up from the back. Everything was all sound, alarms, light alarms.
After the explosion, one passenger hit record on their phone. The blast had punctured a 4-foot hole in the side of the plane, ejecting one passenger out of the aircraft. Incredibly, Vladimir's plane hadn't been destroyed. But everyone on board was in danger if the hole ripped open any further. Vladimir ordered his flight attendant to get the passengers to safety.
I told him, okay, move the passengers back or forward. Just clear the area before and after the hole.
As dust from the blast blew around the aircraft, most passengers took shelter at the rear of the plane. Vladimir knew he had no time to lose. He had to land as quickly as possible.
I called the tower, I told them emergency return and asking to clear the area of the other aircraft.
At 11:53 a.m., Vladimir's plane landed back at Mogadishu Airport.
And all these people, they are waiting, they are watching the aircraft like a miracle, I don't know. And that's the first time I realized that it was really serious. And then when I go back to check the aircraft, and it was very huge.
Soon after, an investigation began into the cause of the explosion. Somalian police quickly told Vladimir they had a theory.
The authorities tried to blame the crew, cabin crew, that they did something. And they gave me the paper to sign that the problem was with the crew. I didn't want to sign. And they told me, okay, in that case, you have to stay here.
Police eventually reviewed the airport's CCTV in the hours before Vladimir's flight. And the focus turned to this passenger. It's believed this was the moment when airport workers handed him a laptop that contained a bomb.
The Mogadishu situation shows that there are vulnerabilities which security has to address, and in most cases it does quite well.
In this case, the 20-minute delay caused by the late passengers had potentially averted a catastrophe.
Maybe these 20 minutes save our lives, I don't know. Because if 20 minutes mean that we will be on 33,000 feet, I think no chance to survive. I don't know, I don't want to think about it.
In this era of terrorism, it's hard to fly without thinking the worst. And since 9/11, the greatest fear for some passengers is someone else taking control mid-flight and hijacking the plane. On the northern coast of Egypt lies the ancient city of Alexandria. In March 2016, opera singer Farah El-Debani had been enjoying a short break back home with her family.
Because of my job as an opera singer, I have to travel a lot. I have to give concerts, auditions, all over. But I always return for vacation to Egypt.
On the 29th of March at 5 a.m., Farah left her family and traveled to Alexandria's local airport.
The airport in Alexandria is a bit outside of the city, and it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Although I was excited to go back, there was something that felt a bit weird that day. I don't know why. I just felt like I was saying bye to my family, and I was not okay. I was really not happy that I'm leaving.
Airport CCTV from that morning showed enhanced security measures were in place, including shoes being x-rayed.
The security check was a bit different that day. They were doing a stricter security check. I was surprised, but in a good way. I said, okay, that's good. I mean, if they are reinforcing their security check, it's not a bad thing.
Once through security, Farah, along with 55 other passengers, was taking Egypt Air Flight 181 to the capital, Cairo. This short flight was scheduled to take 30 minutes and land at 6:52 a.m. At 6 a.m., Farah and the other passengers boarded the plane.
I had a seat in the very front of the plane, like the second row in economy class. It was not a very full flight, almost half full, and everything went well, and everything seemed to be normal.
30 minutes later, Farah expected to be landing at Cairo Airport. It was then she glanced out of the window.
When I looked out of my window and I saw that we are flying over the Mediterranean Sea, I didn't understand. Why are we doing that if we're just flying Cairo to Alex, which is only on land?
There had been no word from the cabin crew or the pilot about a change of route, but Farah wasn't unduly concerned.
I thought that probably there's a problem in landing in Cairo, and I didn't think about anything worse than that. Then one of the cabin crew started collecting the passports without giving a reason. So that was already a bit weird, because why would he do that? And I thought instantly probably they're looking for someone, a passenger, so they just need the passport to find this person.
After the passports were collected, there was still no sign of land, and still no information about the delay.
People were starting to ask the crew, why aren't we landing? Because it was already 40 minutes past our departure. Then one of the stewardess said that apparently we are hijacked. And we still don't know what he wants, but we're negotiating at the moment.
One passenger on the plane captured footage of the hijacker. He was holding a wire that led underneath his jacket.
I was in a shock, so I was like immediately having dark thoughts, like how it's gonna end. The first thing that came to my head was, there's a terrorist here and he's just gonna bomb this plane.
"29th of March, 2016, 7 a.m. By now, Egypt Air Flight 181 should have landed at Cairo's International Airport. Instead, it was over 100 miles off course, heading over the Mediterranean. The 56 passengers on board, including Farah El-Debani, had just been told their plane had been hijacked.
I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe that there's a hijacker or there's a terrorist on the plane. People, they were in shock. And of course, people were asking the crew members, who is this, why, what is he doing, what does he want? So I remember one of the cabin crew members telling us that we don't know what he wants, but apparently he has this explosive belt. And he showed it to one of the stewardess, telling her, if you don't do what I want, I will explode myself.
As the plane flew further over the Mediterranean, Farah wanted to see who had taken control of her plane.
One of the stewardess said that he's sitting in the back of the plane. So at that moment, I actually returned and checked him out. Yeah, that's him, the guy sitting in with the two crew members. I will never forget his face. I was a bit surprised because he looked like an older guy, like really normal. I was able to see that he had a belt around his waist with wires, like an explosive belt. The first thing I thought about was, how did he pass the security check? Like, how did this happen?
Farah was trapped 20,000 feet in the air with a hijacker. She was beginning to realize these could be her final moments.
I had a lot of thoughts of not talking to my family again. I felt like it's finished. I'm not gonna see them again. But I didn't really care about me leaving this life as much as leaving them, that they would have to live with this experience.
At 7:36 a.m., Farah's hijacked plane had been in the air for 60 minutes, twice as long as its scheduled flight.
At that moment, I started having one scenario after the other. Like, I thought, how are we gonna crash? Is he gonna bomb this plane, or are we gonna crash into the sea? Are we just gonna keep on flying until we're out of fuel?
Then the pilot made an announcement. They would soon be landing.
It was like the longest moment ever in my life, the moment before we landed. You can feel it's tense in the plane. It's like you can't wait for it to happen, but you're feeling every single moment of it.
Farah's plane touched down at 7:46 a.m. at Larnaca Airport in Cyprus.
And the minute we landed, I felt, okay, at least we are on land, and probably that's a good sign. But I was still thinking, okay, but we're still on the plane with him.
News crews arrived to film the hijacking. Farah's plane was kept away from the main airport terminal, and Cypriot police began negotiations with the hijacker.
We landed in a part of the airport that was abandoned, that was empty. There was no one and nothing.
After 90 minutes on the tarmac, the hijacker agreed to release 52 passengers. including Farah.
We all ran to the bus, and that was the moment where everyone started crying. There was a huge emotional outburst, and people were like hugging, and people were talking on the phone and texting. And that was the moment where I called my parents. I called them, and the minute I heard my parents' voice, I think that was the trigger that made me like just burst into tears. It was a very huge emotional moment.
At 10:57 a.m., the final hostages ran from the plane. The hijacker then followed them and surrendered. Questions were immediately raised in the aftermath of this incident. How had an explosive device been smuggled on board? CCTV from that morning showed the hijacker with his bags, passing through tougher security checks at Alexandria. But police quickly realized his bomb was not all that it seemed.
It later turned out that it was plastic casings in a piece of cloth, which was why it was able to get through security, because it posed no significant risk at the time.
The hijacker had managed to take control of an aircraft with a fake bomb made with mobile phone covers and wires. When arrested, the hijacker was identified as 59-year-old Egyptian Saif Eldin Mustafa. He claimed he'd taken control of the plane because of political prisoners held in Egypt. He currently remains in Cyprus, awaiting extradition back to Egypt to face trial. The hijacker's actions have had a lasting impact on Farah.
After this experience, I haven't found it really easy to fly. It's just the feeling that I get physically when I'm on a plane now. It's just this tension in my bones, in my joints, in my muscles, and subconsciously thinking that something bad might happen.
Every country has its own way of reacting to terrorist threats that occur within its airspace. Some divert planes to a specific airport equipped to handle a terror incident. But in the UK, when a terror threat is made mid-flight, there is a more immediate measure. 5th of August 2014. Flight QR-23 was nearing the end of its journey from Qatar's capital Doha to Manchester. Among the 269 passengers on board was sports scientist Josh Hartley.
It was my first trip to Australia, first time travelling alone without family. I always have to sit on the left-hand side next to the window. I just prefer it. It's like being in a car on like passenger seat. It's just like any other flight I've been on. People watching TV, listening to music, calm atmosphere, relaxed. You wouldn't have thought anything different really. Just a regular flight.
At 1:15 p.m., 15 minutes before the scheduled landing time, Josh saw something out of the window that prompted him to grab his phone and start filming. Just 100 meters from the plane's wingtip was an RAF fighter jet.
Everything goes through your head, like, why is it here? What's wrong? So my heart just dropped from that point. Even my heart drops now, just thinking about that moment and talking about it.
It's with the fighter jet there.
On the ground in Manchester, a member of the public caught the two planes flying overhead.
Weird.
All that came through my mind was worst case scenario. You got a fighter jet next to you, passenger plane, something serious, Worst case scenario, we'd get shot down. That's what went through my head.
As the planes continued their journey, the passengers remained in the dark.
People started getting a bit more rowdy on the plane. People started talking a bit louder. They wanted to know what's going on and stuff, but try and get information on what's going on at that point, it was non-existent because the staff had disappeared. Nothing from the cockpit of the tannoy.
What's going on there? Something's going on there.
Desperate for some information, Josh picked up his phone and looked on Twitter.
It seems that the people on the ground already knew before we did on the plane. My friend tweeted me a quote, and it was a news agency, and it said, Qatar Airways flight QR23 has been escorted into Manchester Airport, possible bomb on board. My heart dropped, I just felt empty inside. I started shaking, everything was going through my head. How am I gonna get off this plane? How am I gonna survive? When I texted Mom, I went, there's a bomb on the plane. She thought I was messing around with her. And I said, there is a bomb on the plane. I'm not joking. I love you. Sorry. I just sat in my chair, taking deep breaths, shaking, trying to calm myself down. It was 15 minutes it went on for. It was probably the longest 15 minutes it could ever be, yeah.
At 1:26 p.m, the plane finally landed at Manchester's airport. But the ordeal wasn't over.
Even though it was on the ground, I never felt safe in that situation because there's nothing I can do. I can't exit the plane, I can't run away from this situation.
10 minutes later, armed police boarded the plane. Cabin crew directed them to a passenger in a green t-shirt.
They just dragged him out of the seat and pinned him to the ground and took him off the plane.
The 47-year-old man was arrested and then sectioned under the Mental Health Act. It was revealed he had passed a note to crew claiming he had a bomb. But it was a hoax.
When we found out it was just a hoax, it leaves you empty inside, you are terrified, you are scared. I didn't know what to do in that situation. Putting all these families and everyone through so much stress and anxiety. I just don't know why he would do that, but at least at the end of the day, everyone's safe.
Today, passengers are on high alert when they step on board a plane. But their vigilance can sometimes lead to false alarms. On this flight from Bahrain to the UK, a passenger was restrained when some believed his actions could have been terror-related. It later turned out his aggressive behavior was just down to drink. Many passengers are willing to step in at the first sign of danger, in whatever form it takes. 27th of March, 2012. Early morning. Security specialist Anthony Antolino was heading to JFK Airport.
It was a normal day, you know. You get up early, kiss the wife goodbye, and get in a car, go to the airport. I was traveling to Vegas for a security conference. That flight was a packed flight full of other executives and folks going out to attend the conference.
JetBlue Flight 191 was scheduled to depart at 6:55 a.m. The 2,300-mile journey to Las Vegas would take 5 hours. Anthony and the other passengers boarded at 6:30 a.m., and everyone prepared for takeoff.
I got on the plane. I was in row 10 in the aisle. Got everything situated, started working, doing emails and what have you.
At 10:30 a.m., the plane had been in the air for just over 3 hours.
Everything was normal until I noticed the pilot came out of the cockpit in a very agitated, abrasive state. I was immediately anxious.
Anthony was so concerned, he began filming what he could see happening at the front of the plane.
The pilot was drinking a lot of water, those small little airplane bottles, but he was putting them back pretty quickly. He kept wiping his mouth, like spittle or like, stuff building up. You could tell he had an agitated state. His eyes were not really fixed and just normal, and you could see in the faces of the flight crew that they were uncomfortable. There was a lot of awkward looks back and forth between the crew. So I knew that something was not right. What I found peculiar was that when this flight attendant walks away from the beverage cart to attend to a passenger, the pilot reaches across the beverage cart as if to try and grab her and say, "Hey, where are you going? Come back here." That was a startling moment for me.
Anthony watched the pilot walk past him, and for a moment, he disappeared out of view.
The pilot finally went to the back of the plane, to the restroom. He came out of the restroom and proceeded to walk back towards the front of the aircraft. About midway, he started running, a full-on run, straight for the cockpit door. When he got to the cockpit door, he tried breaking into the cockpit. He tried kicking the door down, pounding on the door. I felt like the situation could absolutely turn really, really bad, really, really quick.
Fellow passenger, retired NYPD Sergeant Paul Babakitis, was shocked by the scene.
The worst case scenario running through my head is either the person that was banging on the cockpit door was the pilot or a terrorist.
The flight crew, there was 2 women and a guy. They were no match for this gentleman who was a very large guy. He's probably 6'4", fit. So I took it as the passengers may need to do something to resolve this escalating situation.
To fail to take any action could have dire consequences for everyone.
There was a gentleman, I just kind of tapped him on the shoulder and said, "I think we have a problem." He jumped right up, didn't even ask a question, which was terrific.
As Anthony confronted the captain, other passengers saw something was wrong. Some began to film the confrontation.
Many thoughts were going through my head at that moment, one of which was, what's agitating him? What is he looking for? What is his objective?
We grabbed him and just pulled him away from the door, and we were just holding on to him. He was resisting and struggling a bit.
It was then the pilot started speaking to the passengers.
He looked at me, but as he looked at me, he looked through me. And then he started rambling about Iraq and Iran and talking about military actions and things like that.
He was yelling, they got us in Iraq, they got us in Iran, some mentions of a bomb being on board.
Everyone could see the situation escalating.
And he told me, we're not going to Sin City, and that we have 130 souls aboard the plane. At that point, I realized we're all in trouble.
March 27th, 2012, 10:40 a.m. JetBlue Flight 191 was 3 hours into a 5-hour flight to Las Vegas when its captain started behaving erratically. Security specialist Anthony Antolino was one of a few passengers who had gone to confront the pilot.
He said, "It's time to recite the Lord's Prayer." I think that's when the 3 of us that were holding on to him really just kind of locked eyes and looked at each other. And without saying a word, we just literally put him to the ground. We pulled his legs out, put his face to the ground, and then we all stayed right on top of him. Somebody was holding his head, I had his feet, somebody else was holding his arms, and he was resisting trying to get up, and he's a pretty big guy. So it was a struggle.
Helping Anthony hold down the pilot was retired Police Sergeant Paul Babakitis.
We were able to pin the pilot on the belly of the plane, and restraining him was a very difficult task, because although he seemed docile while he was being restrained, at any second he could become violent, and you have to be prepared for those acts of violence.
As passengers restrained the pilot,
Amarillo, JetBlue 191, emergency.
the co-pilot declared an emergency.
JetBlue 191, roger for now. Just turn 5 degrees to the left, and if you need something different, let me know.
JetBlue 191, emergency, and we're going to need authorities and medical to meet us at the airplane.
Yes, sir, they're standing by for you.
Once we had him on the ground, the crew notified the first officer, and we started a very, very rapid and steep descent. They notified us that they were diverting the aircraft to Amarillo, Texas.
It was announced to the cabin the plane would be on the ground in 20 minutes. Anthony, Paul, and the other passengers would have to restrain the pilot until then.
That 20 minutes seemed like eternity. We just knew we had to keep pressure on this person.
We decided to just stay put and stay on top of him. He tried to get up and struggle a few times, but we just held him on the ground. There really was not much talking. It's interesting in those moments where there's such a heightened sense of danger and adrenaline. There was not much talk at all.
The plane touched down at 11:15 a.m. Waiting outside and ready to board were the emergency services.
The door opened, and I saw a uniformed police officer enter the plane.
With the incident under control, many people began filming.
Please, everybody, please. We don't need pictures of this, please. Everybody just...
A lot of officials came on board. They handcuffed him. We stepped out of the way. They had control of him at that point, and then they took him off the aircraft.
Once he was off the plane, I felt greatly relieved that the threat had been diffused. No one was injured, including the pilot. This was a good ending.
In the aftermath of this event, the actions of the co-pilot were seen as averting a potential disaster. When the captain had left the cockpit in a distressed state, the co-pilot had locked the cockpit door and refused to let the pilot back in.
I feel a lifetime debt of gratitude to the first officer for being able to stay composed, stay calm, and be able to coerce the pilot out of the cockpit so that he could take control and stabilize the cockpit so that we would get somewhere safely.
The FBI took the plane's cockpit voice recorder to investigate whether terrorism or another factor played a part in this incident. The pilot was charged with interfering with a flight crew, but found not guilty due to insanity. The pilot later claimed JetBlue had been negligent and sued for $14.9 million. He said he had been suffering from a brain seizure, which should have been spotted. The case has yet to come to trial. Next time on World's Worst Flights, panic as fire takes hold of a downed airliner.
I just want to get out of there.
A miraculous landing leaves passengers fighting for survival. And a family trip comes to a shocking end.
I thought this could be it.
It's one of our greatest fears.
being on a plane when something goes badly wrong. This series reveals what it's like to live through catastrophic events on board an aircraft.
I just had visions of being burnt alive on this plane.
Using footage that captured these terrifying moments and hearing from those who survived them.
Everyone looked tense in their seats. It felt like this could be their final moments of their lives.
I looked out to see some of the engine flying off.
At that point, I planned to meet my maker.
These are the world's worst flights.
All right, we're gonna land field right here.
Today, air travel is safer than ever, thanks to advances in technology and training. But one thing that remains beyond our control is Mother Nature. And weather is the main contributing factor in nearly a quarter of all air accidents. In this episode, an iced-up engine brings a flight to a terrifying end.
I grabbed that baby. I didn't care about anything else.
Families face an emergency after extreme winds down their plane.
I just wanted to get out of there because I could see the chaos inside.
And an ill-fated brush with nature leaves passengers needing a miracle to survive.
The plane is broken apart, and I'm gonna drown. I thought I was dead.
Second of February, 2013. 21-year-old Cara Fielding was preparing to take to the skies for the very first time.
I was a little bit nervous that morning just because I had never flown before. Where I'm from, we have mountains, rivers, and valleys, and I was so excited to see this from the air.
For her birthday, Cara's parents had arranged a trip in a light aircraft. Along for the ride were Cara's husband, Jonathan, and their baby, Jacob.
He was about 7 months at the time. It's like, this will be great. He'll love it. He'll probably won't remember any of it, but let's take him.
The final seat was taken by Cara's mum, Catherine.
I have always loved small airplanes. You can see everything. It's kind of more exciting.
At 12:45, the single-engine plane took off from Logan Cache Airport. The sightseeing trip was expected to take about 30 minutes.
This particular day was very clear. There was a break in the weather, all the haze was gone. It was beautiful and crisp and clean, and it was even a little bit warm. My mom would point some things out, and my husband would point some things out. I was just in awe and fascination the entire time.
After their initial climb, Jonathan, who had his 7-month-old son on his knee, began filming clips on his phone.
Well, right now, I'm just making this video. I love my family. We are over the top of the overpass.
We just went over the valley. It was gorgeous. And last minute, we decided to go over the top of one of the mountains.
As the single-engine plane climbed over the 9,000-foot Wellsville Mountains, Catherine noticed something strange.
I realized it was quiet. And you couldn't hear the muffled sound of the propeller.
The pilot gets on the intercom and says there had been some kind of mechanical failure.
A sudden buildup of ice inside the carburetor was choking the engine.
We were just told that there's carburetor ice. I'm not worried. I think we're gonna be just fine. But this is kind of scary and kind of exciting at the same time.
I was so confident that we would be okay, and I just thought this was going to be a mild inconvenience.
The propeller was turning, but the engine didn't have enough power to keep them in the air. The plane was losing altitude fast.
You feel absolutely helpless. That ground is 8,500 feet below you. There's nothing you can do about it.
After several failed attempts to get the engine back up to speed, the pilot decided they couldn't make it back to the airport. They needed to make an emergency landing.
My first thought went to my son. I just had to trust that everything would be okay and that my husband was going to do his best to protect him.
I completely trusted in God that we would be fine. Well, right now we're looking for a place to land. Just got a prayer in our heart, and I think we're gonna be just fine.
The roads were full. And not only that, there were ice spots and power lines. And I was really just trying to figure out how on earth we could land somewhere out here.
I thought, this could be it. This could be it. My husband could be raising our children by himself.
With traffic and ice making the roads too dangerous, the pilot decided to land in a field.
All I remember is thinking, is this really happening? I feel like I went into shock. I got sweaty, I started shaking.
Less than a minute after spotting a potential field, the pilot made his final approach. Jonathan held onto Jacob, who was not strapped in.
We passed over the field, and we came and circled back around. That threw us really hard into our seats, because he made that turn really sharp.
All of a sudden, we were close to the snow. There was a fence, and I thought, we better not hit that.
I've got my son on my lap very naively, and I pull out my phone and I go, all right, we're gonna land the field right here.
Second of February 2013. An iced-up engine had forced a light aircraft pilot to attempt an emergency landing in a field. On board was Cara Fielding's family, including her 7-month-old son, who was being held by her husband.
All right, we're gonna land the field right here.
I saw black, and all the light was cut off. It was a blur. Then we stopped, and I realized we were upside down.
The impact had thrown Jonathan's phone forward into the cockpit.
Okay. I didn't expect that. When we came to a stop, I was like this. And I had held on to my son.
I was the first one out. And I grabbed that baby. I didn't care about anything else. And I was never so grateful to hear him cry in my life because it meant he was alive.
I passed him off upside down to my wife, who took him, looked him over, and he was just fine.
My family was okay. I felt the most incredible love I have ever felt in my life. It just, like a blanket, encompassed me.
Okay, well, we have just survived a crash landing.
Wow. The snow is brighter and the sun is brighter and the sky is bluer because we're alive.
I knew that we'd be fine. I didn't expect that. Okay. Why were we so lucky? We all survived. We all walked away.
That's the first time I've ever watched that one. Oh my gosh, we could have died.
Kara, are you okay? Are you gonna ever fly again?
Yeah. I felt kind of responsible because I was the reason we went up.
And I'm still recording. All right. Okay.
I was so annoyed that he was filming. I wanted him there next to me. I wanted him holding me. I wanted him comforting me.
This crash was actually kind of a turning point in our marriage, personally. Life is precious, and we were spared, and my son was spared, and, you know, this family is gonna go on.
An official investigation found it likely that carburetor ice clogged the engine and caused the loss of power. The report noted the humid weather was conducive to carburetor ice forming mid-flight.
All right, we're gonna land the field right here.
When the pilot landed, the layers of snow and ice on the field caused the wheels to dig in and the plane to flip forwards. For the young family, it was an extremely fortunate escape. In the past decade in the US, carburetor ice has caused over 200 accidents and 13 fatalities.
One of the paramedics said, "You guys know how lucky you are." When they heard there were 5 people involved, they brought 5 body bags, expecting there to be fatalities. And they were all really blown away that we all walked away from it.
It's not only light aircraft that are at the mercy of the weather. Airliners must also be ready to handle anything nature throws at them. Like this lightning strike at Atlanta Airport in 2015. Though spectacular, it caused no casualties. Modern planes are covered with metal mesh to conduct lightning away and minimize damage. Another common weather effect feared by passengers is turbulence. In 2015, Nico Golfar filmed on his phone as his flight went through a turbulent patch of air over the US.
This makes a roller coaster look like nothing.
This incident was not serious, but turbulence has been known to cause injury and even death. Airline pilots train to land in high winds every 6 months. But some extreme scenarios are impossible to prepare for. August 2016. A hot, gusty day at one of the world's busiest transport hubs, Dubai International Airport. Among the thousands of travelers were the Shaheed family from Yorkshire, who'd been visiting relatives in India.
We always look forward to our yearly trip because that's the first time then we meet the family and the kids love it.
It was really fun seeing everyone, and me and my brother were really excited to go there every year.
On the way back to the UK, the family had planned to stop over in Dubai. They were on board Emirates flight EK521, making the 4-hour journey from India to Dubai. Around 12:30 local time, the pilot prepared to land and made contact with air traffic control.
Hello, Emirates 521. Clear to land 12 left, Emirates 521.
EK521 was set for a routine landing.
We were going down, we were like descending, and then we had like last minute turbulence. I like thought nothing of it at the time. I like kind of just a little nervous laugh.
When it landed, it was a really loud metallic noise and we all shook. It was kind of like violent shake.
Warnings sounded in the cockpit, and the pilot tried to take off and go around again for another landing. They lifted to 85 feet, and it suddenly dropped.
It just fell onto the ground, and we were all thrown up from our seats.
It was like an awful scratching noise, and it was so loud you could feel it like rumbling inside the plane.
As the plane skidded along the runway, the right engine broke off. After 800 meters, the aircraft came to rest by a taxiway.
When it stopped, I thought, okay, thank goodness it stopped, so that's it, we are all safe. Then when I looked out the window on my right side and I could see smoke.
There are people in that plane.
The captain made a mayday call to the tower.
When there's no way to get out and we know that this is on fire and it's not stopping, it was really scary.
As panic broke out in the cabin, one of the other passengers began filming with their phone.
It was chaos inside.
Smoke was just filling inside the plane. I thought the plane would just explode.
My kids were asking me, are we going to die? That feeling is, it's really bad. Like when you know that might happen and then you can't do anything to help them.
Outside the cabin, the fire was rapidly spreading, fed by the remaining fuel in the tanks. But not everyone was in a rush to evacuate.
These people were trying to they were blocking the way. They were trying to get their luggage. I didn't really understand how you'd want to get your luggage when you could be trying to save your life.
They don't realize they are responsible for other people's life as well. It was shocking, absolutely shocking.
The fire had almost reached the main fuel tank. The passengers had just minutes to escape before an explosion would turn the cabin into a deadly inferno. At Dubai International Airport, Emirates flight EK521 had been hit by extreme winds on final approach and crash landed. The Shahid family from Yorkshire were among the 282 passengers trapped on board as fire broke out and panic swept through the cabin. In just a few moments, the plane could be totally engulfed in flames.
I told my children, okay, we need to get out of here. I was literally pushing people out of my way.
When I barged past everyone, I just ran to the door. I knew that once they opened, the kind of inflatable slide would come out.
One of the passengers kept filming as they escaped down the slide.
As I went down the slide, I was off the plane, but then I remember looking back and there were so many people on the slide.
Strong winds and fire rendered half the emergency slides useless, leaving 282 passengers to use just 5 working slides.
I'd fallen on that thing and people were jumping over me and I just couldn't get out. When I came out, I told them to run. And we just ran away from the aircraft.
We were just looking back at the plane. A couple of minutes after we got out, it wasn't the whole plane, but the roof actually exploded.
When fire reached the central fuel tank, the fuselage blew apart.
We'd all been dead if we were still inside when that happened. We were so lucky. I just couldn't believe that I got out of that thing alive.
One of the firefighters who'd helped evacuate the passengers was caught up in the blast.
We were in the hangar, and as we were leaving to go to another room, I remember seeing the firefighter because he was so out of breath. There were 2 people beside him kind of dragging him along, like he couldn't walk.
Tragically, the firefighter later died.
It was quite upsetting. He was there to help us, which he did, and he lost his life in return.
The official investigation into the accident, the most serious in Emirates' 33-year history, is still ongoing. But it's believed that on EK521's approach, the wind switched from a headwind to a tailwind.
Wind is a major factor in landing and indeed taking off, but probably more critically on landing. Probably the worst case scenario is a change from a headwind that's making sure your ground speed is nice and low to a tailwind that's going to be pushing you along the runway. That's a difficult one to handle.
It's thought the plane was being pushed too far down the runway. When the pilot tried to go around or take off for a second landing attempt, something went badly wrong.
They pulled the nose up, they raised the undercarriage, they called for the flaps to come in. But the power didn't come on. Now, why it didn't come on, we're not 100% sure at the moment. But what that ended up meaning, the aircraft got to 85 feet and ran out of airspeed, so they ended up crashing back onto the runway.
You never think, oh, that could be me, until it actually happens to you. I'm more grateful that this situation was not actually as bad as it could have been, because it could have been a lot worse.
We'll never forget this day. We will never forget what happened. It's scary, to say the least. I hope it's like a once-in-a-lifetime experience and nobody has to go through that.
If sudden wind changes are difficult to predict, diverting flights around large weather systems has become almost routine. But when things go wrong, the impact is shocking. In August 2015, one of the passengers filmed as Delta Flight 1889 from Boston to Salt Lake City flew into a storm. Severe turbulence and hail the size of baseballs battered the plane, which made an emergency landing at Denver. The windshield and nose cone area that houses the weather radar were cracked and damaged. The pilot had been flying virtually blind. At cruising altitude, pilots and air traffic control have time to cope with almost anything nature throws at them. But when the unexpected strikes close to the ground, the pilot needs to think fast to avoid disaster. 15th of January, 2009. At LaGuardia Airport, Denise Lockie was catching a flight back home to North Carolina after a business trip in New York.
I absolutely love flying. I have been flying for the majority of my career. I like the excitement of travel and the excitement of meeting people.
Denise was in the first class section at the front of the plane. Mark Hood, another frequent business flyer, was sat next to her. Before takeoff, the pair began to get acquainted.
Denise began to engage me in conversation. So much so that we quickly realized that we had nothing in common. She didn't like sports, I do. We were from completely different political parties.
Mark and I had talked about a few other things that were going on in the country, and we agreed to disagree, and I knew I just better zip it up because I was never, ever going to see him again.
At 3:25 p.m., the weather was clear as US Airways Flight 1549 took off from LaGuardia and headed for Charlotte, North Carolina.
There was nothing unusual about the actual takeoff. Once you're up at 10,000 feet, you can relax and unwind. And I always look for that 10,000 ding.
All of a sudden, as we were gaining altitude, we'd probably been into the flight 2 or 3 minutes. It felt like the plane had been hit by a giant baseball bat. Very quickly, my eye was drawn to the engine, which was on fire. And it sounded like tennis shoes and an electric dryer. Boom, 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 boom.
The aircraft was completely engulfed in smoke, and it had a putrid smell. It's 9/11 again. That was my first thought that came into my mind.
The passengers didn't know it, but 2 minutes after takeoff, the plane had hit a flock of geese at 250 miles an hour, knocking out both engines. 30 seconds later, while still above the Bronx area of New York, the pilot reported the emergency to air traffic control.
This is Cactus 1539, hit first. So you've lost thrust on both engines, returning back towards LaGuardia.
Okay, you need to return to LaGuardia. Turn left heading up 220.
220.
Air traffic controllers quickly alerted the tower at LaGuardia.
Tower, stop you to park. He's got emergency returning. Who is it? 1529. Third strike, he lost all engine. He lost the thrust in the engines. He's returning immediately.
Cactus 1529, which engines?
He lost thrust in both engines, he said.
Got it.
Events were unfolding so fast, there wasn't time to brief the frightened passengers.
People were screaming and crying, and there was just a lot of noise.
A minute after his first call, the pilot decided they couldn't make it back to LaGuardia.
Once over to our right, anything in New Jersey, maybe Teterboro?
Okay, yeah, off your right side is Teterboro Airport.
The closest airfield, the small Teterboro Airport, scrambled emergency services. With no engines and no thrust, the plane was quickly losing altitude above the crowded city streets.
You could see where the apartment buildings in Manhattan and New Jersey, and you're getting lower and lower, and you can count the floors almost.
The pilot faced a critical decision. Try to make it to Teterboro Airport, or find somewhere else to land.
Runway 280, you can land runway 1 at Teterboro.
We can't do it.
Once we turned over the George Washington Bridge, it was very apparent we were going to crash.
Okay, which runway would you like at Teterboro?
We're going to be in the...
I'm sorry, say again, Cactus?
The plane began to glide towards the only other open space, the Hudson River.
I started to think about the fact that I wasn't going to be around. was tough. That's when Mark took my hand and he started to pray. We prayed together.
I prayed for the pilot, I prayed for the crew and the passengers, and then I prayed for my family, that my daughter would be happy in New York and not be haunted by this.
At 3:30, the pilot made his only announcement to the 150 passengers. Brace for impact.
At that point, I planned to meet my maker. The next conversation I had with God to be face to face.
15th of January 2009, US Airways Flight 1549 had hit a flock of geese and lost both engines. The pilot decided to ditch into the Hudson River.
I heard the flight attendant chanting, "Heads down, stay down, brace, brace." The commands got louder and louder the closer we got to the water.
CCTV captured the moment the plane hit the river at 150 miles an hour.
We hit once, we hit again, and skidded to a halt. At that moment, I realized, the good Lord let me know that we weren't going to die that day.
The 150 passengers had survived the impact, but were not out of danger.
My thought process was, the plane is broken apart and I'm going to drown. I thought I was dead.
I reached over and touched her on the back and said, "Hey, come on, we got to go."
I said, "I believe we're in heaven."
And I said, "No, it's not heaven, and I'm no angel." I said, "But we got to go."
Water was already rushing into the cabin. The Airbus's escape slides also doubled as life rafts.
Our slide raft did not deploy properly. It was upside down, and I was hesitant.
I helped her out into the raft, and it was about a 3-foot fall she took into the raft.
So I immediately hit the water, although the slide raft was underneath, but I was drenched. It was bone-chilling cold.
The water temperature was just 2 degrees Celsius.
You'd hear people starting to shiver. People weren't going to last that long.
The plane was in a section of the river that was busy with commuter traffic. The first ferry reached them after 4 minutes.
There were people on the wings and falling into the water, and it was the first boat coming on the port side of the aircraft, and I remember we were yelling, "Go there, go there," so they went and started rescuing the people.
Having helped other passengers, Mark and Denise were among the last remaining on the raft, along with the flight's captain.
The last ferry pulled up. The gentleman reached his hand down for me, and I turned to Captain Sullenberger. I said, "Sir, you want to go first?" Because he was older than I was. He said, "No, I'll be the last one out of this raft, young man."
Captain Sully Sullenberger was later the subject of a Hollywood movie, which covered the landing and its aftermath. The event has gone down in history as the miracle on the Hudson.
When I think of my family, I always think of Denise, my seatmate. We'll be linked forever by that event that day.
It's one of the strongest memories. It bonded us for life.
All passengers and crew were rescued. An official investigation found geese weighing 8 pounds had disabled both engines. But safety standards still don't require aircraft to withstand strikes from birds of this size.
They use a bird that's big enough that you're likely to hit that sort of bird, and you've got to be able to contain it. So that's what our engines are certified for. Some of the very large birds you couldn't make an engine that was strong enough to take a hit from a very large bird. So you'll end up with an engine that was so heavy, so protected, you wouldn't be able to get into the air.
Airlines carry 3.6 billion passengers each year and fly in almost any weather. But in 2017, the catastrophic Atlantic hurricane season saw 25,000 flights cancelled. One flight, though, defied the odds and flew towards the biggest hurricane of all. In early September 2017, the outlook for Puerto Rico was sun and scattered clouds. Karen and Jeff Hongslow from Minnesota were enjoying a last-minute Caribbean break.
We'd wake up in the morning, we'd sit on our deck, which was oceanside, and just listen to the sound of the ocean coming in and just enjoying the sun.
The weather was nice, it was beautiful, it was sunny, calm. It was just, we were out at the beach pretty much all the time.
But autumn is the height of hurricane season. And a tropical storm that began in the East Atlantic was moving across the ocean.
We hadn't been on the island very long. We were constantly checking the Weather Channel. I even added a hurricane app to my cell phone so I could check.
On the 4th of September, the storm had turned into a hurricane and was heading straight for Puerto Rico. Karen received an alert on her phone.
I started getting a little nervous, just saying, "God, this really looks like this is gonna happen." Every day, we didn't think things could get worse, and they did.
The hurricane was growing stronger by the hour. In Puerto Rico, the locals were taking no chances.
They started putting up metal over the windows of the hotel. We knew it was definitely going to come. We thought maybe if we could get out earlier, then we could beat the storm.
Karen and Jeff booked a flight for the following day.
My cell phone, it went off with this huge alarm in the middle of the night. It said hurricane warning, hurricane warning.
The hurricane had grown into a Category 5, the most dangerous kind. With 185 miles per hour winds, it was the most powerful hurricane ever recorded in the Atlantic. It was named Irma.
That got pretty scary pretty fast. I think I was in a panic mode.
On the morning of the 6th of September, as wind and rain lashed Puerto Rico, Karen and Jeff hurried to catch their flight.
Every minute that it took, the hurricane was getting stronger and closer. Once we got into the airport itself, it was empty.
When you get down the terminal and you start walking, there was nobody there.
It was an airport that wasn't even functioning as an airport anymore. Everything was shut down.
All other flights had been cancelled. Karen and Jeff didn't know if their ride home had met the same fate.
We came around a corner and looked down a long hallway. We could see the silhouette of people.
Just after noon, as the eye of the hurricane approached, they boarded Delta Flight DL-302. The plane was turned around and ready to go in just 40 minutes.
Irma was not going to stop for our plane. We got to get out of here now.
173 passengers boarded Flight DL-302 for the 3-hour, 45-minute flight to New York. By now, Irma was skirting the north of Puerto Rico. The pilot had no choice but to fly through the hurricane. At 12:41, amateur footage captured the moment that Flight DL-302 began its takeoff run.
It was pretty bumpy, and I took a video as we were leaving.
Karen filmed inside the cabin on her phone.
What it's like to take off in a hurricane.
I'm so desperately wanting those wheels to actually be off the ground.
And we are we're in the air. Goodbye, Puerto Rico.
I hear excitement in my voice because I know we're getting out.
Is us leaving?
The passengers didn't realize flight DL302 was flying in between bands of deadly wind and torrential rain. Up-to-the-minute weather data allowed the flight crew to plot a precise path through the hurricane.
We're still going up. It's a little bumpy.
You could tell the weather was really deteriorating fast, which is, I was kind of nervous about that because they'd reach a point where it just wasn't safe anymore.
All those clouds are Irma. Oh, just get me above these stupid clouds.
Until we were completely above all of the clouds. You can't see the ocean. Until I got to that, I didn't feel comfortable.
29 minutes into the flight, DL302 finally cleared the last of Hurricane Irma's ferocious weather.
Once we got beyond the hurricane, then it was just a normal flight, and we were pretty exhausted, so we just kind of sat there in a daze waiting to land.
At 4:22 p.m., flight DL302 touched down at JFK.
It was kind of fun when we landed. Everybody applauded, which for me, I'd never experienced that before.
News of the flight that cheated Hurricane Irma spread worldwide. It was testament to both ingenuity and courage behind the scenes.
Major airlines have their own weather forecasting departments, which give them an idea system-wide what the weather may be. They would have given the crews the information for the crews to make the decision. It was up to the flight crew. If the flight crew refused to fly that flight, it wouldn't have gone.
Hurricane Irma caused at least 134 deaths and left a trail of devastation in its wake. Karen and Jeff only learned the full story of their eye of the needle escape when they got off the plane.
When we got to the baggage carousel, there were reporters all over the place. That's when I think we started to realize, this was kind of cool, I guess, what happened, and more extreme than I thought it was.
Once we found out, we felt very appreciative of what Delta did for us, and we felt very rescued that day.
Next time on World's Worst Flights. A SWAT team storm a holiday flight.
Yeah, you're scared. Are they going to shoot at this person?
Security use force on an overbooked flight. And a passenger is forced to take the controls.
If I want to go and see my grandchildren tonight, I'm going to have to land.
It's one of our greatest fears. Being on a plane when something goes badly wrong. This series reveals what it's like to live through catastrophic events on board an aircraft.
I just had visions of being burnt alive on this plane.
Using footage that captured these terrifying moments. And hearing from those who survived them.
Everyone looked tense in their seats. It felt like this could be their final moments of their lives.
I looked out to see some of the engine flying off.
At that point, I planned to meet my maker.
These are the world's worst flights.
All right, we're gonna land field right here.
Every day, 11 million people travel by plane. And in the next 20 years, passenger numbers are expected to double. But transporting this vast number of people can lead to no end of problems in the cabin. And when things go wrong in a plane, there's no easy escape. In this episode, a SWAT team storm a holiday flight.
Yeah, you're scared. Is somebody going to make a mistake? Are they going to shoot at this person?
Get down the back! Get down!
A passenger refuses to give up his seat with dire consequences.
Did this really happen? And what's going to happen next?
Oh my God! Look at what you did here!
And a medical emergency over the Pacific Ocean.
They were asking for disinfectant. They were asking for scissors.
Every year, more and more of us are choosing to fly. And aircraft are now bigger than ever before. The world's largest passenger plane, the Airbus A380, can seat over 800 people. But it only takes one passenger to put an entire plane in danger. In July 2014, 183 passengers boarded Sunwing Flight 772 in Toronto. Their destination was Panama City, and the flight was due to take 5.5 hours. On board as a passenger was retired pilot Bettina Bathe.
I was excited to board the plane to go to Panama. And the weather was great. It was the end of July, nice summer day.
Shortly after takeoff, in the row behind Bettina, a passenger began to get agitated.
This person was very concerning to me. He was speaking very loudly. He was very rude to his girlfriend. He was already throwing things around, the emergency pamphlet, ripping it up. Kept being aggressive. He was very, very agitated. And this was going to be a very long flight. Sitting at the window seat, you do feel cornered in, and you do feel, what is next?
A flight attendant then offered the passenger a set of headphones.
And he completely avoided the question and started focusing on his cigarettes he just bought in duty-free and how upset he was that he had to pay taxes. If it's duty-free, why is he paying taxes? And then he just said, I want to bomb Canada. My whole body just went into shock.
The plane was now at its cruising altitude of 36,000 feet.
Somebody that has those thoughts, they usually follow through. I was trying to figure out, is it on the aircraft already? Is it on him? Well, the biggest fear is you never see your family again. Is this the end? The worst case scenario is that he did have a bomb.
45 minutes into the flight, as the plane was over the American state of West Virginia, it made a 180-degree turn and headed back to Toronto.
They did not announce the whole situation of why we're turning back. I knew, and the flight crew knew, but I don't think any of the other passengers knew.
With passengers' lives at risk, a strict security procedure was set in motion.
So I heard some people oohing and eyeing. I looked out the window to my right, and off the wingtip of the aircraft was a fighter jet pilot.
2 fighter jets had been scrambled from Ohio to escort the plane out of US airspace.
When you do see them off the wingtip, you know that's very serious.
It's beyond emergency at that point. It is the highest distress possible if you're being intercepted. That is pretty much the government telling you, you cannot fly any further, you need to follow us.
You know, if anything should go on, they will shoot you down.
Just before 9 a.m., 2 hours after takeoff, the plane landed back in Toronto. As it came to a halt on the tarmac, a Canadian news helicopter began filming.
They brought us to a different part of the tarmac. So I think a lot of people were kind of like, well, why are we not going to the terminal?
Suddenly, passengers heard movement outside the plane's front exit.
That's when there was a lot of
In July 2014, Flight Sunwing 772 had made an emergency landing after a passenger made a bomb threat. Hearing movement outside the plane's front exit, a passenger began filming.
Hands down, hands up! Hands up! Hands down, hands up! Hands down, hands up! Hands down, hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands down, hands up! Hands down, hands up! Hands down, hands up! Hands down, hands up!
On board the flight was passenger Bettina Bathe.
Keep your hands up! Hands down! Hands down! Hands down! Get down in the back! Get down! Hands down! Keep your hands up!
when you see the guns and you hear a lot of yelling and screaming from them, you're numb.
The man who had made the bomb threat was sitting directly behind Bettina. So she knew that as the SWAT team approached, she could be in the line of fire.
Yeah, you're scared. Is somebody going to make a mistake? Are they going to shoot at this person? So your adrenaline is rushing and you're praying, get this person off so you can get away from me and they can get away from me.
But some on board couldn't understand the instructions.
Hands down. Hands down. Down.
And most of the passengers had no idea why the SWAT team was there.
Get down the back. Get down.
As they handcuffed their target, another passenger captured his reaction.
I remember him making those noises. Wow. That does really upset me, you know, because it's very extreme. And I feel for him. You know, I remember him now making those noises. I don't know if it's because they clamped his wrists or the way they slammed him down. That's pretty aggressive, and I feel for him. I do, you know? It's too much, it's just too much.
Put that phone down.
The 25-year-old passenger was arrested and later sent for psychiatric testing. There was no evidence of any bomb. The remaining passengers on Flight 772 were eventually able to continue with their journey and arrived in Panama 12 hours late. But the incident would have a lasting impact on those who experienced it.
It was a traumatizing experience. I think it will always linger and it will always be there. It just doesn't go away. You know, you're exposed to something like the fighter jets, like the SWAT team. Well, you don't deal with that every day.
Amongst the airlines, competition for passengers has never been more fierce. To save costs, They operate with extreme efficiency, which means one small problem can create a major incident. In April 2017, passengers boarded United Express Flight 3411 in Chicago. This was one of the final flights of the day to Louisville, Kentucky. On a Sunday night at the end of a busy holiday weekend, the flight was fully booked.
What do you think about the boat?
For Joya Cummings, this was the final leg of a long journey home from Japan.
I was about 20 weeks or so pregnant at the time with twins. I was traveling with my husband and my 2.5-year-old son. We were very eager to get home at that point. We were just exhausted. We've been traveling for a long time. We were ready to be back home and sleeping in our own beds.
With their seatbelts on, passengers were waiting to taxi to the runway when there was an unexpected announcement.
Flight attendant came on and said that we weren't leaving until she had volunteers to give up their seats because they needed to get crew onto the plane.
The airline needed to transport 4 employees to Louisville.
I hate to use the word hostage, but we weren't able to go anywhere until someone was to volunteer.
With no volunteers, the airline selected 4 passengers to remove from the plane. One of them was a man sitting directly in front of Joya. She began filming as a security officer approached.
I'm physician, have to work tomorrow 8 o'clock, so am I. You can talk to my partner, they want to remove me from now. Her name is Daniel.
The passenger would soon become known around the world. 69-year-old Dr. David Dow.
No, I'm not going. I am not going.
I think he was like anyone. We had been traveling for a day. We wanted to be home. I think anyone would have been irritated to be asked or forced to give up their seat.
Speaking to both his lawyer on the phone and the security guard, Dr. Dow explained the next available flight wouldn't get him home in time to treat his patients.
Until tomorrow. If they late, they late, but the delay fly late. Because I fly from LA, take a long flight. I spend almost 24 hours.
With the conversation at a stalemate, the airline agent called for extra security.
When she said she was calling security on, I didn't know what was going to happen next.
Police radio captured the airline's call for assistance to remove Dr. Dow and his wife.
I have a request for police to Charlie 3.
What's going on over there?
2 passengers are refusing to get off the aircraft.
Any information? Were they drinking? Were they doing anything like that?
No, it's something with an oversoul and involunteer or something like that.
Oversoul?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys overbooked the flight? This was a departing flight?
Yeah.
As more security officers headed towards the plane, another passenger kept filming.
Why they choose me?
Sorry, that's why I'm trying to have you go up front.
Give me the answer why they choose me.
That has nothing to do with it.
I didn't answer. I talk to my lawyer. My lawyer is to stay. That's fine. I pay for it. So I don't want to talk to you no more.
Sir, I'm telling you, it's going to get way worse.
And that's when I realized I needed to probably move out of the way. I didn't know what was going to happen. I was a little bit concerned because I had my son with us and then I was pregnant. And so I really didn't want to be involved with any kind of altercation in such a small place. I took my son and handed him across the aisle to my husband, and then I moved back.
3 security officers were now standing next to Dr. Dow, and it was clear the time for conversation was over.
Come on.
You heard
the yelling and then a loud crack.
Come on. Gotta go. Hey, you busted his lip. Oh my God! Look at what you did to him! Oh my God!
In that moment, it was unbelievable.
Another passenger captured the moment Dr. Dow's head hit the seat arm. His nose was broken. He lost 2 teeth and suffered concussion.
No, this is wrong. Oh my God! Look at what you did to him! Oh my God!
Felt very disappointed that we're just passengers on a plane trying to get home to Louisville, and this guy is assaulted.
Oh my!
Yeah, the police grabbed the guy. He's an older doctor. He wouldn't get off the plane, so they forced him off.
At that point, everyone's just looking around at each other in disbelief, kind of like, did this really happen? And what's going to happen next?
Minutes later, Dr. Dow reappeared in a state of extreme distress.
I have to go home. I have to go home.
He seemed very disheveled and disoriented. His face was just covered in blood.
They kill me. I gotta go home. Kill me. Just kill me. They kill me. They kill me.
With the plane still sitting on the tarmac, passengers began to share their videos on social media, and the incident was soon seen by millions. The world was outraged at Dr. Dow's treatment. Meanwhile, the passengers of United Express Flight 3411 disembarked.
And the flight attendant said, everyone please, get up and leave the plane. We're gonna clean the plane up, get him some medical attention.
40 minutes later, the flight finally departed, while Dr. Dow headed to hospital. 3 weeks later, public outrage about the incident had grown so much that United Airlines CEO was forced to face Congress.
On April 9th, we had a serious breach of public trust. I'd like to again apologize to Dr. Dow, to his family, to every person on that flight 3411, and of course to all our customers and employees worldwide.
The airline pledged it would never again use law enforcement to remove passengers. But the incident would be hard to forget, especially for those who witnessed it firsthand.
I was just really in disbelief. I was shocked, that almost disappointed at humanity, that someone could be treated that way over a $200 plane ticket. It was just a moment of pure disbelief.
At any given moment, there are around 1 million passengers in the air. Sometimes, an emergency in the cabin will lead the plane to land early. But when flights cross the most remote places on the planet, getting down on the ground is not always an option. In October 2015, passengers prepared for a 12-hour flight from Taiwan to LA. Amira Rajput was heading home after a 10-day holiday in Bali.
A part of me was looking forward to getting home, but then a part of me wished I could have stayed like another week. It was beautiful. But, time to go home.
While boarding the flight, a passenger caught Amira's attention.
I noticed something different. I just knew she was obese or very pregnant. I noticed she was by herself. There was no husband, there was no boyfriend, there was no sister, there was no family. There was nobody there but her. I thought that was very unusual.
The plane took off as planned, but 6 hours later, Amira heard a commotion and started filming.
Something was going on with some passenger, but nobody knew what it was. It was urgent. It was an urgent matter. They were asking for disinfectant. They were asking for scissors. They were asking for pretty much supplies.
The passenger that Amira had noticed earlier had gone into labor. Assisting her was a team of cabin attendants and a doctor who was traveling home to LA from her honeymoon.
There was about 2 or 3 stewardesses that had airline blankets, and then the doctor was underneath all the blankets. It was kind of exciting. How can you give birth to a baby on an airplane?
For the passengers nearby, there was no avoiding the situation.
I smelled something very unusual. It was really gross. It was very, very strong. I don't know why anybody else didn't like faint, because it was awful.
With only the standard first aid kits on board, medical supplies were limited.
You could hear her, you know, it's obvious a woman is she doesn't have an epidural. You know, we're not in a hospital. So she is making noise, obviously, pain. She's in pain, labor pain. So you could hear her basically moan and groan. And that's what we'd listened to for about a good hour.
The woman had gone into labor weeks before her due date, and the baby's life would be at risk if they didn't reach a hospital soon. But the plane was still over the North Pacific and hundreds of miles from land.
At some point, we just knew that it was going to happen up in the air.
On board China Airlines Flight 8, a woman was in labor at 33,000 feet over the Pacific Ocean. Worried for her health and that of the baby, the crew knew they needed to land as soon as possible. The captain abandoned the flight path towards Los Angeles and headed towards the nearest land, Alaska.
This lady is burning a new baby in the Anchorage.
But 30 minutes before the plane touched down, a baby girl arrived safely in the middle of row 49.
You could hear the baby crying, and then we all clapped. And I taped the doctor transferring the baby to the stewardess, and oh my God, she was so happy. She was crying. She's like, oh my God.
Cabin crew member is seated or passenger subject civil and the car on the deck line. Thank you.
And then literally we landed shortly thereafter.
But when the plane touched down in Anchorage, the mood suddenly changed.
What shifted the atmosphere was having that law enforcement come on. And everything just got serious. It was no longer a celebration, it was, she's in trouble. We think that this woman had ulterior motives.
The USA grants citizenship to anyone born on its soil or in its airspace. The mother, a Taiwanese national, was now suspected of birth tourism, traveling to give birth and get US citizenship for her child. US authorities removed the woman and her newborn baby. The remaining passengers were stuck 4,000 miles from their destination.
Like the whole hazmat team came on and they had to disinfect that whole area. Giving birth is messy, especially when you're not in a hospital. Stinky and messy.
After refueling, the plane finally took off again for LA.
We were all exhausted by the time we got home. We were all so tired.
3 days later, the new mother was deported. Her baby, now an American citizen, remained in the USA. When a passenger emergency happens, it's usually the flight attendants who have to deal with it, while the pilots remain locked in the cockpit.
We're keeping that door closed and we're doing our job, and that's to land that aircraft safely. And we have to trust that everyone in the back is doing their job as well. Flight attendants, that's what they're trained for.
And there is no end to the weird and wonderful challenges passengers provide for cabin crews. This woman attempted to bring a live peacock on a flight to Los Angeles.
I'm not kidding, this woman is wrangling her peacock into the airport.
But a far more common problem for airline staff are drunk passengers. And at 35,000 feet, they can put everyone on board through a frightening ordeal. In May 2017, student Ola Lilly and a friend were heading to Jamaica for a holiday.
We set off at about 5 a.m. and although I was very tired, I was so excited as well. Me and my friend just couldn't wait to get away.
A regular vlogger, Ola documented her journey on her phone.
We wanted to do vlogging for YouTube.
The flight to Montego Bay in Jamaica was due to take just under 10 hours, arriving late afternoon.
That was sort of my first long-haul flight. The whole atmosphere in the plane at that point seemed so chill and nice. They were giving out like drinks, wine or vodka, whatever you would ask for basically.
But 3 hours into the flight, Ola noticed something was wrong and pointed her phone across the aisle. Other passengers had crowded around a man who was getting upset.
And here the passenger just started shouting and we're wondering what was going on, why there's this passenger just shouting at the flight attendant and all the other passengers were looking at him thinking, like, what?
The passenger was angry that flight attendants wouldn't serve him any more alcohol.
And then this lady in red, she was the one who was traveling with the guy and she was getting really stressed out. It was really sad because I could see she was really distressed.
The row escalated as nearby passengers became involved.
I would say for about 2-3 hours, he was getting more angry and more aggressive, arguing quite badly, really loudly. But nothing was working really. He kept getting angrier. It just all felt quite scary and unpredictable as to what was going to happen next.
A member of the cabin crew tried to calm the situation down.
I was really worried for the flight attendant just because he was directly so close to him and at some point, honestly, it looked like he was about to punch him or, don't know, hit him in one way or another. And that's when we knew that something really weird, really odd, and really scary was happening. What are we supposed to do if something happens? What if someone gets hurt? So yeah, I was really worried, especially because we still seem to have a long way to go to get to Montego Bay.
The plane was now flying at 37,000 feet over the Atlantic Ocean, and still 5 hours from Jamaica.
I looked at the map, and instead of saying Montego Bay, where we were supposed to be landing, it said Hamilton, and Hamilton is in Bermuda.
Fearing for the safety of passengers and crew, the captain of the plane had diverted to the nearest land, the tiny island of Bermuda. No announcement was made to passengers about the diversion.
And obviously it was because they were worried about the men finding out they were landing, so then he would maybe even kick off anymore, and then maybe he could potentially be dangerous if he would find out.
7.5 hours after leaving London, the plane landed in Bermuda. The passengers were now over 1,000 miles from their destination and still stuck on the plane.
Ladies and gentlemen, just please remain seated. The toilets will not be coming in use at this time. Thank you.
Despite police boarding the plane, the disruptive passenger had no intention of leaving.
That's when more officers had to come. They basically had to physically drag him out from the plane. All the other passengers were so happy, and they started cheering, they started clapping. There was like this huge sense of relief. All the tension was sort of going away because, you know, the guy was finally off the plane. And then finally, after all that was sorted, we finally had another takeoff.
The disruptive passenger was held in Bermuda.
I've been treated like a ghost or a cow. It's very bad. But never mind, that's how they treat people.
2 days later, he attended a local court and was fined $2,000.
You never know who you might travel with. Some people really just don't care about anyone else but themselves. I just hope the same situation would never happen again.
For many passengers, flying is just a way to get from A to B. But for small plane enthusiasts like pensioner John Wildey, flying as a passenger is a relaxing hobby.
I just love flying. It's a different world altogether. It's not like you're transporting with a load of other people.
John served as a clerk in the RAF for 25 years, but never learned to fly. In retirement, he'd regularly take pleasure flights with his pilot friends.
In fact, people ask me, do you want to go flying? Yeah, I'm there.
In October 2013, he was heading home from a trip to Skegness with a friend in a small Cessna Skyhawk.
You could see for miles, good visibility all over, and we just enjoyed it, chatting away generally as you do.
But as they approached their destination, the pilot suddenly fell ill.
And he suddenly started hyperventilating. And I thought, well, what the hell's happened? And I said, are you all right, mate? And he says, no, I feel a bit sick. He said, well, take over, John. I just feel a bit manky. And then he started again. He hyperventilated. And this time, he threw his head back and just stayed there. I tried to feel his forehead, but it was clammy and cold. I tried to find a pulse, but I couldn't find one. And I just thought, well, he's going to come to sometime. I'll keep going.
With the pilot unconscious and no one else on board to help, John was no longer a passenger. He was in sole control of the plane. He'd grasped the basics of flying straight.
I've been shown, you can push the yoke forward and backwards, or raise it or lower it.
But with no training, landing the plane would be a near impossible task.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. Aircraft calling mayday, homicide radar. Roger, this is Golf Bravo Charlie Yankee Romeo. I'm a passenger. My pilot seems to be unconscious. I'm just in sight of Santos, my home base, but I'm not a pilot. Over. Thank you, Romeo. Roger. Have you done any flying before? Negative.
It's like when you're on your own and suddenly you've got somebody to talk to. It's that sort of feeling. Yay, I've got someone to help me at last.
John's Mayday call had triggered a major emergency on the ground. An RAF search and rescue helicopter was scrambled, and a flying instructor was now rushing to the control tower to try to guide John down. Air traffic control began to direct John to Humberside Airport, 25 miles away. With large runways and emergency services on standby, it offered the best chance of a safe landing.
I said, well, yeah, I could see the Humber Bridge, so I knew where I was going.
In the seat next to John, his pilot friend remained unconscious.
I did occasionally touch to see if he was going to move or anything, but nothing happened.
25 minutes after the Mayday call, the RAF helicopter arrived on the scene, flown by pilot Becca Bethel.
As far as I can kind of work out, we were there for the crash, as awful as that sounds, because, you know, we're a search and rescue aircraft. We're a flying ambulance, really. We had very little hope, I have to say. We thought we would be rescuing at the bottom.
I mean, their job there was really to pick up the pieces.
The helicopter began to help guide John towards the runway.
John, from the rescue helicopter ahead of you, if you're still happy to follow us, that'd be great. I'll pull into hell and back, sir. Great.
He was such a nice guy, and he was joking with us, and we were all saying, oh, he's so lovely, and it makes him a human as opposed to a casualty.
John was now nearing Humberside Airport. It was time for him to attempt to land. But there was a new problem.
By this time, it was getting quite dark. The ground was starting to disappear into the haze and the murk.
Night flying is a completely different skill from day flying. It's another step up. So you first of all learn to fly and get comfortable with the aircraft, and then you learn to night fly. So it just made it 100 times more difficult for him, at least.
I mean, I couldn't land a plane in the daylight, let alone in the night time, and I just didn't know how I was going to do it. But I thought, well, I'm going to do it. I'll have to do it. If I want to go and see my grandchildren tonight, I'm going to have to land.
"1,500 feet in the air above Humberside, the pilot of a small Cessna plane was unconscious at the controls. His passenger, 77-year-old John Wildey, would have to land the plane alone. In the airport tower, a flying instructor had rushed in to try to guide John down.
Hello, John. How are you? Not exactly in the best of spirits. Over.
Just under an hour after taking control of the plane, John lined up with the runway.
First time, I think I was too high. So they said go round, so I went straight on, turned around, came back.
It was now completely dark. With only the runway lights to guide him, he circled round for another attempt.
This time I was too low. In fact, I was getting a bit cross with myself.
On John's third attempt at landing, he lost control of the plane.
I'd forgotten to put power on. And the next thing I knew, the left-hand wing, port wing, started dipping. And I saw this building, farmhouse and whatever, going around in circles in front of me. This is when I thought I'd panic. Somehow, some way, I managed to get around.
Just watch your height a minute, John. You're getting down to about 800 feet, but like up to about 1,000. Yeah, sorry about that. Something went wrong and just suddenly dived to the left.
No, don't worry about it.
You say that, it's all you, mate.
By 7:26 p.m., John had been in sole control of the plane for an hour and 10 minutes and made 3 failed landing attempts.
You know, the longer he's under that amount of stress, kind of, you think somebody is going to crack eventually. So, yeah, the more attempts he has, I think the more nervous we were all getting, the more worried for him we were all getting.
John lined up with the runway for the 4th time.
Is it this time? Have I got there? I just didn't know how I was going to do it. I was determined to do it.
No, come down a little bit. Take your power off, come down slightly. Keep coming down. Power off.
Got to do this, John. You've got to do this, mate. Keep going, keep going. You're on the right level. You must be. I saw the entrance lights to the runway itself, and I thought, well, this is it. I'm going down.
You're just desperate for him to get it on the ground. Just desperate, I think, by then.
Can you see the green lights?
Roger.
The helicopter's infrared camera zoomed in on John's plane as it moved towards the runway.
Power off, you're over the road. Throttle back, all the way back. Keep coming down. Keep down the white centre line, keep coming down. Now, clear.
I felt a bounce, and I thought, I'm down.
Keep braking.
As he landed, I think quite a heavy landing, so there were sparks coming out the runway.
Then, of course, how do I stop it? Couldn't reach my feet on the pedals to put the brakes on. Pulled her and she went to the left, off the runway. Bit rough and bouncy, and I thought we could get in there, we're stopping, and then I saw this marker board for the runway coming up. I thought, oh, not after all this, I'm going to hit that. It stopped before I got there.
There you go, you made it. Well done.
Fantastic, John. The rescue helicopter's just coming in behind you. Well done.
Rescue services were next to John's plane within seconds.
And that's when it sort of all came to me what had happened.
Sadly, there was nothing paramedics could do to help John's friend.
There's no life signs at all, so obviously he'd been dead for a bit. At least I hadn't saved his life, but I got him back in one piece.
You did it. Proved everybody wrong. That's great.
Strange position to be in. As they say, any landing you walk away from is a good one. Mine was lucky.